You ready?
Yep, I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. So, as always, we open our meetings with a little word of prayer. Everybody, if you wanna.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing us to gather here today. Just thank you for the sunshine. Thank you for this time of year. Thank you for the weather. Just ask that you be with us during our meeting today. Give us wisdom as we make decisions and do the best that we can for the county. Be with the citizens of our county. I know personally several that's going through battles and health trials, and we just ask that you lay your hand upon them and just let your will be done and give them grace and protection. Be with us and keep us safe. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Just Linda.
Linda's on.
It's just
Oh,
Yep,
yeah.
I'm on.
Okay.
Jerry, read the pledge.
Alright. I pledge allegiance to
To the
the
flag
flag of the
of the
United States of
The
America,
United States of
To the
America.
republic for which it
which
stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with
Indivisible,
liberty and
justice
justice
and justice for all.
That wasn't off there, right?
That's a little bit like row your boat.
Alrighty. With that, we'll check our quorum.
Okay, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Check our quorum, please note that,
Morning.
Miss Linda Cookenbook is participating remotely. So I'll start with her, Ms. Cookenbook,
Here.
Mr. Booth,
Here.
Mr. Cox,
Here.
Ms. Bechtold,
Here.
and Mr. Turner.
Here.
Alright.
Let me hear my voice. On the approval of the agenda, I wanna make a motion to amend it to allow 11D, Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Anybody else have anything?
Yes, David Clark won't be here with us, so let's take him off the agenda.
No, we was gonna go around like we usually do. They gonna record what we
I
need.
thought we were doing it by email. It's okay.
We was, but that come up later.
If there's no others, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
To approve the agenda with the amended adding of 11D for Breast Cancer Awareness Month proclamation, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cox, Mr. Cox,
Yes,
excuse me,
yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
and Mr. Turman.
Yes. Next up is the approval of the disbursements. Anybody have any additions, corrections, or whatever?
I got a question. Of course, on page 1, it's Flock Group Inc. Remind me what that is?
It's the camera system
Oh, the cameras
for
for the
the
courthouse.
sheriffs, yep.
Good.
Yeah,
I thought
that was the same thing, Jerry.
I thought we went in the chicken business for a minute, so.
Yeah, and not for,
I have
it's
something.
body cams, Jerry,
I appreciate you
the
saying
body cams, that's the addition of those, okay?
Get her and then I'll finish.
Go ahead, Linda.
Oh, I thought you only had that one. Oh.
That's all right, go ahead.
County vehicle leases, is that one vehicle and where is that lease to, please?
County vehicle leases is the enterprise bill that's split out between mostly sheriffs, but then
Okay,
and us. Oh, county,
alright, thank you.
you're welcome.
On page 2, the Skyline Soil and Water, that 15,000, that's one of their payments or?
That's correct, that's their fiscal year 26 contribution.
The short excavating, 14,500,
Landfill for the scale house.
scale house,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
That was all I had, sir.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'm sure that it's safe and
If there's nothing else, I'll take a motion to approve.
exercising.
So moved.
So moved.
I got 2 for moves.
I'll do second.
Okay. All right, for the motion to approve the disbursement as discussed, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Okay.
Next is our approval of our minutes from,
9:23.
was everybody here? What was?
I was not.
Yeah, I was not here. He was remote.
For a moment.
No.
Yeah, just for like a, yeah,
Call
Okay.
in
3
briefly.
seconds, yeah.
Alrighty, I remember that now, so, okay. Anybody have any questions or corrections?
I didn't see any, did you? I'll make a motion, we approve as presented.
Second.
Motion seconds, no other discussion, call the roll.
All right, to approve the minutes from 9:23:25, Mr. Booth, Ms.
Yes.
Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Abstain.
and Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Okay.
Right on time.
Come on, early, I got lots of time.
You already daydreaming about
Wait a minute
closing
now.
schools?
Yeah. Alright, so we had our monthly meeting last night. We're able to recognize Gene Bishop for his work with the VSBA in their professional learning. He earned a silver pin this year for 48 hours of professional learning over 2 years. We also were able to recognize Devin Blankenship. He's a senior at Floyd County High School. He is a commended student in the National Merit Scholar Program. So because of his scores on the SATs. So we're very, very proud of him and know that he's gonna do great things after he leaves us this year. We had a notable public comment from Mr. Beagle on the naming of the FCHS track. As you know, it's about 20 years old and not in the greatest shape and needs to be replaced. And so he, along with the track coaches, have been running a fundraising campaign for that. And Skyline Bank has promised to and I will, let me not gloss over the fact that their fundraising campaign has raised $30,000.
Wow.
So that's phenomenal that the community is supporting that endeavor. But Skyline Bank has stepped up and said that they would be happy to give us $100,000 for that project, for naming rights for 15 years of the track. So the board will consider that at the November meeting. Following our policy, it starts with a public comment and 250 signatures. So he presented those last night, and the board will take action next month.
You said 10 years, right?
15.
15.
Thank you.
Enrollment, we're at 1620, which is more than what we budgeted for, so that's a great sign considering we're replacing septic things and dishwashers again. Most of my report focused on student performance updates. I know I shared with you last month about the cut scores changing, or potentially changing. The Board of Education voted on September 28th to increase those cut scores. So they will be raised significantly. The initial goal was this spring. We have heard that seniors will not count in that change because their graduation is on the horizon and we can't go changing those requirements right before they cross the stage. So we're happy to hear that. The Board of Education is also considering 2 options for phasing it in. So rather than jumping from 400 being a passing all the way up to 444 or 479, depending on the grade level, phasing it in over either 4 or 5 years. And they will vote later this month on that. And so we're waiting to hear how that turns out. Regardless, it will impact our pass rates, just because we're raising the bar. We're all about having our students meet high expectations, and we appreciate the phased-in approach that'll let us to incrementally get there. But we're gonna still continue to look at how we do compared to our peers. And when we look at that, as I mentioned last month, you know, we passed 15 divisions this year. We moved from 64th in the state to 49th, and that's we're moving in the right direction. And so that's really encouraging. The board also heard an update on the Herd House project. The estimates for concrete, like everything, has went up, but concrete in particular. The estimate for the heavy duty building that they had purchased takes a lot more concrete, and it's very expensive. So they would like the board to consider maybe selling that building and go for a lighter metal building that would not need as much concrete. So the board will consider that proposal and vote on that in November as well. We have legislative priorities because our School Board Association conference is next month. And so Mr. Bishop led the discussion on that. We had our principals share their plans, their school improvement plans last night, so all 5 principals were there and shared everything they're doing to make sure that our students are learning, and that's our ultimate goal. You know, we say teaching and learning is what we're here for, and we're doing some really awesome things. It's been stressful at times with increased expectations, but our team, as always, is coming together. Our students are just blowing it out of the water, and we're very proud of them. And it's hard to believe that we're in the first quarter this week. First fourth of the year is done. Golf team is teeing off right now for a state in the state tournament, so we're excited for them. Football's coming back home this Friday. Middle school had an undefeated season, so we're having just good times all around. Any questions you all have?
I've got one. How much is that track project estimated to
They're
cost?
collecting more estimates. We're hoping that we can just resurface it. That would be significantly cheaper. If not, it would be close to $400,000.
Gotcha.
Wow.
I was told signage was put up yesterday. Do you know over at the high school if it was put up?
It was,
Okay.
I believe.
I
We were quite
apologize.
surprised by that.
Well, me, you,
I think Mr. Clark as well. We
Mr.
spoke
Clark
yesterday.
and Mr. King were very surprised by all that.
Yeah, we would have loved to have given people notice, and to have an input on that. I talked with Mr. Clark yesterday. It's actually causing a problem because now there's only one lane for everybody to go out of because nobody turns left.
This
So
is
it's backing
before,
up.
this is before your time. And Ms. Cookenbook and I discussed this at length, but when that was being designed, this board been brought into it, you would have had a left-hand turn lane, a straight-through lane, and a right turn lane. Because they tore all the sidewalks out when they did and redid all that there. I don't know what they were thinking, but I saw myself and had complaints. I saw a near miss when it was the left-hand straight together, two going. One didn't wanna turn quick enough because it's at angle to get over. Never should have been that way. Should have had a straight through lane, a left turn lane, and a right turn lane. And I'm not above trying to work something out on that right-hand turn lane. The way it is right now, it's no different than it was for years before you had a left-hand turn lane. Because that's how it always was, you just had two lanes. Well, now, there needs to be, and I'm gonna talk to Mr. Clark and maybe try and get it in the 6-year road plan or under some safety money and get a right-hand turn lane in there. I hate to do it, but it's gonna you're going to tear up the sidewalk, redo all that, which if the people at the time had came to this board, we could have done it all in one time instead of having to tear out and put back, but.
Well, I think the problem is everybody's gotten used to this way, and so to change it and nobody know about it.
Well, that
caused
was,
quite a stir.
that was the big problem that
Yeah.
Mr. King had.
And Mr. Clark and I had a great discussion yesterday about even just shifting the straight and left turn lane over a little bit would clear out, and then everybody could just go right and go on about their day, cause hardly anybody
I
turns
don't know if there's
left.
enough, there might be enough room to do that. If not, then maybe we can use some of the safety money, and I hate to tear out sidewalk, but I'd rather somebody have to wait a little longer to turn right than have two people hit head on in that intersection, so.
You know, it's not only us, it seems like whoever designs these don't look down the road and don't take into consideration. Cause, you know, the new elementary school at Hills right there outside of town,
Mhm.
they got lanes coming in, turned in, but when parents come pick the kids up, they're from the front door all the way around and up 221 towards Duxbury for a half a mile.
Yeah.
And why somebody hasn't got wiped out, I guess it's a good Lord's blessing, but, and then right there at the high school, you got 7 States, Southwest, you know, them are stores, and if you hit it wrong, you might as well plan on sitting a while, but it seemed like they don't have vision enough to look down when they design it.
Having a right-hand turn lane was a great idea.
Mhm.
It's just, you offsetting that straight through lane was not a great idea. And it should have been, like I said, a left hand, straight through and right. And hopefully, I'm not making any promises, I'm just saying I'm gonna start talking about it. And hopefully,
Do you still have a problem with them backing up from the elementary school?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Cause you don't have many options there. You know what I mean?
I'm almost at the point to put ask for a four-way stop sign there anyway.
I think you
That
should.
would,
Yeah.
and the reason for that is when the stoplight was out here in town, that Saturday morning, traffic, man, it was going just, everybody knew what to do. It was just, you know, zoom, zoom. You weren't sitting there very long at all. Got the light fixed, you sat there, seems like forever, so.
We don't really have any problems at that high school intersection. That's not a problem area for us. The elementary school intersection is more of a crowded traffic problem. But the high school, until last Friday, we had no issues. We were good, and we would just ask that if there's anything discussed, that we be a part of that discussion so that we can share our opinions, cause we deal with it every day, and let our people know what's going
Y'all should be the
on.
first one they talk to.
There's,
Yeah.
well,
That's where I go.
there's been one solution approached, but it's been turned down, so it's no longer an option. Or at least for now, unless the future election changes something. But anyway, the signs are up now, hopefully that'll draw attention. I think Mr. Hollingsworth said he was gonna make the announcement and send a mass email out yesterday or today, so hopefully that'll draw attention to it where we don't have another one.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Signs is great, but a lot of people don't read them.
Well, I have to say, the road was well marked as well, but you're used to something you don't, I just didn't see or didn't register.
Do you have anything, Linda?
No, I'm good.
Okay, all righty. Thank you.
Y'all have a great day.
See ya.
Thank you.
As we said, David had a little misfortune, so he won't be here today. And, so,
He
We'll
did
just
send an
go-
update, which I put in your folder.
Thank you.
but we'll just go down and anybody got any road concerns, go ahead and tell staff right now. And, that's where it's in the minutes, plus, they can send them to David, so.
You want me to start?
Yeah.
Just the normal stuff, road edges are starting to fail across the entire county. Potholes are coming back. All the normal stuff.
Same old, same old.
I would say the same down in the Locust Grove district. We're appreciative of the new pavement on Daniels Run by the rescue squad, but there was a lot of other roads that could have used that pavement, I think, besides, that section, so I've been getting a lot of phone calls. Connor Road, Coles Knob Road, several that would have liked to seen their road paved,
Repaved.
repaved, yeah, repaved, yeah.
I was just gonna question him on the, potential for a culvert replacement on Old Mill Road. And also to ask if they had gotten to, Ken Road to do some, patching. If nothing else, at least one in one of the curves, there's a huge hole there that, and I apologize, I haven't, you can tell him I hadn't got back to look, that's why I'm
Right.
bringing it up again, but, in a lot of these, I know you need rain, but a lot of these secondary dirt roads need working bad.
Amen.
I mean, all over the county. And just be sure and pass on thanks to the crews for what they normally do.
Linda?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm gonna echo, the sentiments about Coles Knob. Was on it just recently, and the potholes are, one in particular is very dangerous, so I'd like to see, since we didn't get the paving, I'd like to see some patching. Kennedy School Road, I didn't see it on the list here, so I would like, to have that checked, again, large potholes. I appreciate the work, done on, Odie Road, sometimes a forgotten road, and, Laurel Creek Road, as well as Booth Creek. That was getting rather, hard to drive. I went by there, recently as well. I do wanna say, I appreciate that our roads are receiving, our primary roads are receiving some work. I just have a real issue with major roads like 221 receiving a slurry seal. We had this, 6, 7, 8, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's 10 years ago, and everybody was up in arms, and it's happening again. That major portion is in my district, and it is, I just don't understand how a major thoroughfare like 221 warrants just a slurry seal. So please note that in the minutes that when we get our roads done, that a primary road like 221 needs to be paved. I'm glad they did not do that to Route 8. Maybe they'll come over with a layer of pavement, I don't know, but I have been alerted by a number of people as well as myself driving on it that it's just not the kind of surface that we need on that road. I mean, I've already said what I said about 615 Christiansburg Pike and / Pilot Road going into Christiansburg is that kind of slurry seal, and I don't know. I just find utilizing that treatment over real pavement is a disservice to our communities, and the taxes we pay to the state for our road maintenance. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
They didn't do it like they did Route 8 and machine up and then replace, they just put that over top.
Yeah, just put it over
As far as I can tell, that is exactly what they did. Levi, what do you say?
Oh, yeah, I was gonna make a joke to Ms. Cromer about the track overlay and tell them not to hire the same company that's doing 221.
Oh.
But that, the Daniels Run section, the Daniels Run section, Linda, that was Adams, and that is smooth, I mean, that is beautiful. But this 221 job is rough.
Yeah. Yep, it is unfortunate.
But they did not chip it, to my knowledge. I think they just, sealed up the cracks and then came back through with the slurry.
Yeah.
Did they put the reflectors back in, or are they gonna do that ripple like they did on Route 8, or do you know?
I've not been told.
I can't remember right now.
If you don't, I know it's in y'all's district.
Got too much baby
If
going
you
on
don't
now.
mind, could we ask that question of Mr. Clark, if they're gonna put the reflectors back? Cause I know they help a
Yeah,
lot,
because
that,
Them reflectors is a lifesaver, they need to be in the pavement, especially them foggy sections.
As long as the scrapers don't pull them out.
Mhm.
As long as those scrapers don't pull them up,
they don't put the blades down far enough to pull them out.
that's true. That's true.
I'm sorry.
Good point.
I'll pay for that one. Yeah, I'm done, that was enough, I better end it there.
I guess my complaint was more with Richmond than is local, cause I know it dribbles down, but I told Jerry if we get another opening on Transportation Committee this year, I want on it, cause maybe if we get 2 or 3 on that board, we can get some attention here, but I guess the most important one is on Connor Grove Road. From probably Daddy Rabbit's, where it comes out on Connor Grove Road, from there, almost to Willis, they repaved. They didn't stripe it. So the people was complaining to me, and when they talked to Chris, state now says that you gotta have a 500 car minimum before they'll stripe a road.
And a certain width of the roadway.
Yep.
That's why
Connor
Duncan's
Grove
Chapel.
Road only has 350 a day. That needs to be changed.
Yeah.
And it needs to be striped. I think, now this is just my lowly opinion, if a road's already striped,
It should be restarted.
it should grandfather under and striped. The guy that had been talking to me about this emailed me yesterday and said he almost got hit head on there tonight. Cause when it's dark, and it's the worst section of Connor Grove, it's right, Danny could probably tell you more than anybody, but it's right there in the curvy part, the hilly part. And when it's foggy, it's hard enough to see pavement when it's not all black.
Is that the one you told me that they painted the white lines but didn't put the yellow ones back? Yeah.
I mean, it just didn't make a lot of sense, and it needs to be done. Of course, I was told
Yeah.
that they were looking at going ahead and doing one out in Colinda's district and Connor Grove, but
Duncan's Chapel is partially striped, but through the curves, it isn't wide enough.
but that paint truck was going up 221 the other day, it could have very easily went off the side. Of course, they got work permits and stuff like that, but you know, that needs to be addressed because I'm afraid somebody's gonna get hurt.
Well,
Yeah.
since they did that, I mean, they made the decision. No, we didn't request the
Yeah.
lining of secondary roads. That's a decision that was
Right.
made in Richmond, passed to Salem. I think what the problem was, they got into it, they didn't think how much it was gonna cost them.
Mm-hmm.
So now
When
somebody's
inflation
put in a thing, well, you gotta have at least 500, but they know that's gonna knock out most of the roads in the southern part of this state. And also, you know, same thing with the paving the roads, 50-day minimum.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was getting ready to say, yeah.
Both those,
Yeah, needs to be addressed, we need to raise Cane and even get a hold of our representatives, see if we can shake him loose, but something needs to be done on that. And another thing is like Jerry touched on a minute ago, these roads need to be machined, I know it's hard, but you know, one particular road I know, when I go over it with my pickup, it feels like I'm sitting still, just bouncing up and down. You know, it's so washboardy, and it's getting worse. There'll be something when, if we get a bunch of snow or ice on it. So we do need that, but I do appreciate them, trimming back some of these intersections and, opening it up.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh,
Yes,
Yeah, may I just make a comment on the last part of the discussion, and I'd like this put into the record, please? I find that the Virginia Department of Transportation's decisions concerning our rural roads and how the safety of the citizens of southwestern Virginia seems to come second at the expense of monies to go elsewhere. Your particular example, Mr. Chairman, of Connor Grove Road, that is one of the darkest roads we have in this county. Just the way it sits on the side and the shadow of the buffalo, it's very, very dark. To think we just had an accident on that road, 4 months ago, it's so important that the middle line is absolutely important, but those sidelines, those white lines protecting us from our ditches and sometimes a ditch or an overcorrection, if you know the line is there, it wakes you up to say, okay, I better not go that far. I just find that capricious decisions made in Richmond to affect the livelihood of individuals that ride our roads is very disheartening. And I don't know how Richmond can put a price on a life. So I just want that in the record, and I will bring this up at VACO as well at our Board of Directors meeting for Southwest Virginia. I know that our more populous areas of the state need their roads fixed and all, and I understand all of that. But the safety of our citizens here in Southwest Virginia can't be minimized because it's going to cost too much. So as Mr. Booth said, we raise the number up, so we knock out a number of roads. I think when you think about it, almost 400 drivers on Connor Grove Road every day should warrant some paving with the lines, painting of the line. That's all, sir. Thank you so much.
well, and also when you have a General Assembly that seems like every year talks about all this surplus money they got, they put some in rainy day fund, and they said, well, I don't know what to do with the rest of it. I'd hate to have that problem here, it would drive me crazy,
Yeah.
but,
That's
put
for
it
sure.
into one-time maintenance projects in VDOT, and put it in one-time expenditures in their school system. Problem solved. I know there are other things that are important, but that's the two top ones.
well, the only problem with them white lines on either side and nothing in the middle.
It makes it look like it's one.
Yeah, it's human nature to try to concentrate on staying between the white lines.
Yeah.
And then you go through a curve and there's a part.
Yeah.
Sorry,
And also, like I say, the machining
Well-
of the roads,
they've done so much.
we need to get that done and, there was something else, if I remember what it is, I'll tell you later, but,
Well, you brought it up about the brush cutting and stuff, and that's great. They're doing a great job. We just need to emphasize they need to take a brush with them when they go. And not leave it piled up on the side of the road,
That'll make for interesting mowing in the spring.
so. Just, you drive one every once in a while that goes up by my house, you can look over the bank there, and they cut all the limbs down that was hanging and whatever, but they left them laying there, they didn't grind them up, didn't do nothing. Didn't take them with them, unless they come back and got them since I came out this morning.
well, that's another thing they need to look at. On some of these side roads, that ice, I guess, has weakened the limbs and they are hanging down and, I have one particular area, which they did go through and do that one, but, if you got a tall vehicle like these school buses, they hit them limbs. And if we get a little bit of ice, a little bit of snow hanging on them, it's just gonna beat our vehicles all to pieces, so.
Well, what's that road in Calinda, Easter
Easter Creek.
Creek? Yeah, we had a bus driver in here fussing about it, so.
Well, up on Turnip Patch, and off of Shear Road, same way.
Yeah.
It about closed in. One more thing, but I'll send it to you, cause I can't remember where it is right now. I'm like an old dog that can't think one thing at a time, so. Send David our regards,
Will
you know,
do.
and tell him we appreciate everything they're doing.
Tell him we're sorry he kicked the wall after getting some information. Next time, get him a pillow and put it against the wall and then
Something,
kick it.
yeah.
Wife may have stomped to just get his attention.
Well, now that's possible too.
Dustin? Well, think you're the next victim.
Won't
Right on
be,
time.
won't be too bad. We're in a pretty good mood this morning, so as long as you keep us that way.
The road discussion is an interesting one. Our ambulances take a beat on the roads. You know, we support road repairs. So, you know, I try to come up here about every October and November and just give you guys a rundown on what we did in our last fiscal year. So I'm gonna give you guys some numbers and different things, and just keep in mind it's from July 1, 24 to June 30th, 25. So, you know, we ran 2,092 calls during that fiscal year, which is up about 15 calls from the year before. Interestingly enough, most of those calls were mutual aid calls. We know our counterparts in Patrick County are struggling a little bit. We've been spending not a considerable amount of resources, but a little bit to go over and help them when they call and ask for help. In Station 1, which is the town area and about 10-minute drive around, we ran right at 1,200 calls. Station 3, which is Czech Copper Hill, we ran 443. Station 4, Indian Valley and Willis, we ran 400. And then mutual aid was 27. Then I have about 20 calls that are undefined as to exactly which location it was. That happens sometimes because we're intercepting maybe a Patrick County unit or we're assisting somewhere else. Our average response time for the entire county was 16 minutes and 8 seconds. That includes responses from Station 1 and from Station 4 now. We're trying to be out there a little bit. We have a little bit of data. Last time I was here, I kind of told you I wasn't real sure what kind of value we were adding out there. I have a little bit of data that's probably not good to discuss right now. It's probably a bigger conversation, but generally I can tell you that responding to from Station 4 has increased our average response time by a couple of minutes. That's simply due to the majority of our calls are here. And the second team calls a lot of times are now coming from further away than they used to be. That kind of sums up why that's happening. It's a lot deeper than that, and I'd be happy to kind of go through the specifics with you. We're just kind of doing a 10,000 foot conversation right now, and it take me a while. Our staff, we continue to improve and increase our staff. We have 19 ALS providers now on staff, we have 15 BLS providers, and we have 5 volunteers. 16 of our staff members are full-time, 17 are part-time, and again, we have 5 volunteers. We've added 3 full-time staff members since July. I kind of wanted to circle back and talk about, the insurance improvements that you guys made for our benefits package, the retirement changes that you guys made for our benefits package. And tell you that, we are seeing a positive impact from that. We've hired, like I said, 3 full-time since that happened. We've hired 3 or 4 part-time as well. But equally as important, we're seeing a decently steady flow of applications. Not all of them are good applicants, obviously, but we are seeing just more movement on that front. So that was good for our recruitment efforts. Adding those folks has increased our ability to staff vehicles, right? So we have about 10 days a month where we have a 5-man crew now. So we have 2 ambulances and then a high-level paramedic that's here on a QRV. What that does is, one, it completely eliminates our issue on those days, obviously. It completely eliminates our issue like if we have a call out. That 5th person can backfill and we don't actually drop down on our level of service. Two, it kind of cuts down on our need to call other agencies like fire department or other counties. For like lift assists and things like that, we can send our own extra person out there to help with those things. And then generally from 8 to 4, it almost gives us a 5th truck because that's my hours. I'm here from 8 to 4, so we can get a 3rd ambulance out during those daytime hours. So we have, like I said, about 10, sometimes a little more than 10 days a month where we have that 5-man, and then we have usually between 3 and 5 days a month where we do staff a whole 3rd truck for a 24-hour period. That truck, when we have it, we do send to Indian Valley for a 24-hour period. We're still trying to staff Indian Valley from about noon to about 8 p.m., but it's variable, just depending on the calls that we run, the amount of staff that we have. Most days we get out there, sometimes it's for the whole 8 hours, sometimes it's just for 4 of them, it just depends on the call volume for that day. We got staff members that are working in different college programs, going back to recruitment. They're adjunct instructors, lead instructors, just different ways to be part of these programs that are turning out paramedics. We feel like that's the best approach for our recruitment is to have our folks there teaching the next group of folks so that they see kind of what we exemplify here and what we're looking for. And then I participate on several different advisory boards with the West Virginia EMS Council, with different college programs. So that's kind of our staff recap. Last year we got to take part of a lot of cool events. We had folks that worked Floyd Fest, we did Mountain Valor Fest, we did Replenish Fest, really every fest you can think of we tried to be part of last year. We did some stuff with the Rotary Club. We hosted one of the best things I think we did was in March we hosted a cadet program where we had several high school age kids that came in and we took 4 days out of the month. I think it was on Thursday evenings, and we brought them in the first night. We just put all these really cool skills out there and just let them just experience the different things that we do. And then after that, we taught CPR one night, we taught stop and bleed one night, we taught like trauma care at home, like grandpa does this, how do we keep him in decent condition until EMS gets there, stuff like that. And we received a lot of really good feedback from it. They really enjoyed it. I think we started with 12 kids and ended with 11, so they all came back for the most part. So that was good. We got to do some career fair stuff with the high school. We really enjoy sending our folks up there to just be part of that. We did one last month too. Obviously that wasn't part of the fiscal year 25, but we did one last month. That was really cool. We got to go up and just show some really cool paramedic, like high level skills that most folks don't see. And I think we had probably 50 some kids in that little group. And it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun for us. It was a lot of fun for them. And it felt impactful. We had, the instructors, the teachers reach out and say, hey, we really want to do this some more. We really want to get you guys more involved, find more ways. So we're looking forward to those opportunities. We're working football games. Our folks love working football games. It's very popcorn, and I think they like having us there, so it's working out. We hosted some Girl Scouts at Station 1, which is another cool opportunity. These were much younger folks, and kind of like a touch a truck thing. They come in and we talk a little bit about just like general first aid. Go up in the ambulance, let them just crawl through it, see what all they like and what they don't like. And it seems like it's helpful to a lot of folks. Kids are generally scared when the ambulance comes, right? But to get in there and see like all these different things and maybe not be familiar with them, but be exposed to them helps a lot. We do public safety days in the NRV, which is like touch a truck events, Halloween events, different things like that. We did several of those. And then we got several folks that teach various CPR, first aid, bleeding control classes, different outreach opportunities like that. anybody that is out in YouTube world that's listening, you can go on our website and put in a nice little request for any of those types of courses, and we'll find somebody to help you with it. Our staff had a lot of cool training opportunities last year. You know, February and March, we sent 8 people to critical care, Newer Valley Critical Care, and we had a couple EMS boarded doctors, so there's not a lot of those, right? Most people don't realize there's not a lot of EMS boarded doctors out there, which are physicians that focus in the practice that we do, that have specific education in what we do in the field. But we do have a couple of them in the NRV. So, you know, they're running this program that we were able to join. And we sent folks out and are just improving our ability to bring the emergency room to your house instead of, you know, driving you 40 minutes across the worst road we could find. So, you know, getting those trainings for our folks. We have a couple more that'll be doing it this year in addition to the ones that are already credentialed. We had Lifeguard and Air Care, which are the 2 flight services, come and host a class with us last fall, and it was super impressive. They brought all these really cool, you know, mannequins and simulation techniques and all this stuff, but equally as cool is we put this thing out to the EMS community in general. We invited all these people we could think of. We had 53 people show up.
Awesome.
About 20 of them were our staff members. The other 33 were providers, professionals from surrounding areas. And we had folks from West Virginia, North Carolina. So that was a big deal to me, right? Because it's like trying to put our face out there a little bit more, trying to put our name out in the EMS community a little bit better. So we're really proud of that. We've been working with the athletic training department at the high school. We did some sports injuries trainings before the football season started up. You know, taught a little bit to our folks about, you know, football injuries and various sports injuries in general, but it also provided some education to the athletic training staff about like how our protocols work, more about like operational stuff and how we work together more efficiently than we have in the past. We did our scenario day just a couple weeks ago in September. It's a day where all of our staff members come in. We got a as realistic, as lifelike as we can make it set up, and they just come in. It's just a full day of just learning for everybody. Everybody has a time slot, so they're not here all day just sitting around. Seems to be a good method, I think, for getting that thing done, because it gives us some ideas on like what our group in general is struggling with, and we can usually take our quality management data from the whole year and put together something that addresses some specific things that we see as a group that we struggle with. So that was good for us. Excuse me. And then we've received like some different training on some advanced equipment like IV pumps, respiratory ventilators, different things like that. So those are some cool things that is continuing to raise the level of care that we're providing. Our protocols and our O&D and our pharmacy, I kind of like grouped all that stuff together. It's kind of the actual medical part of our practice. Our critical care protocols, they've been really, really successful. We're really excited about continuing to see what those do. They've been operational for about 5, almost 6 months now. We've had 7 or 8 critical care patients that we've had just really good success with. Each one of those types of calls are reviewed by those physicians I was talking about earlier in the NRV, which is completely independent. They're not affiliated with Floyd at all. It's great to get that feedback. It's great to get that non-bias, just straight up. This is what you're seeing. This is what you need to work on. And overall, we've had really good feedback out of it too. With only 8 folks that are credentialed at that level right now, it's difficult because some of those things require 2 of those folks to be there, right? So our biggest impediment to that program is just generally having staff availability to do it. we expect to see that program continue to expand, and as we add folks to that credential, we think that we'll continue to see a steady increase in success. Of course, Dr. Patterson helps with all that stuff. He's providing a super steady level of oversight, which is kind of new, right? Like we've had a good year now where we have a great working relationship, and it's just very, very routine, very steady. He's always there. He's there for me, right? When I need it for like operational, higher level leadership type things. And he's there for the EMT that wants to know if it's okay to give this medicine because that happened. That's a big deal. You know, we can always find somebody to answer my questions, but we can't always find somebody to answer, the low on the totem pole questions. And generally, the low on the totem pole questions usually are more important, or at least more time sensitive than mine are, right? So we've had a great relationship with him. Our pharmacy, it's been operational for just over a year, fully operational for just over a year. We did about 4 months of ramp up when we first started it back in February of 24. So it's been fully operational since about July of 24, and our biggest problems have been just very small things, like it's been operational, best practice, just kind of learning where the things that need to be tweaked are. Anytime you guys want to come, it's hard for me to really explain it to you unless you come look at it and understand what I'm talking about. So anytime you want to do that, you let me know, and you're welcome to come and see how that system works. And what it looks like, when I talk about a pharmacy, people think like, a farmhouse or something. No, it's not. I mean, it's basically a small room with a couple of medications in it, but essentially, we carry these medications and we refill our boxes. So that's where most of our things have been, is like the processes. We were able to take in quite a few medications from the EMS Council whenever the regulations changed. Most of those medications are expiring now. So saying that to say our system should smooth out a little bit, because they were running such a big operation out of these hospitals. Each hospital's medication might be a little bit different, might be a little bit different concentration, or it's a different color, it looks a little different. Once all that stuff is expired and out of inventory, and we're actually doing the full ordering, the full everything ourselves, it'll be a more consistent product, if that makes sense. It'll be more, this vial will always look like this vial. This concentration will always be this concentration, versus right now it's kind of, one day it's this thing, one day it's that thing. The downside of that is when things expire, it's just as expensive to get rid of it as it is to buy it. So, anyway, the kind of challenges we are expecting for the next year, obviously, we're trying to expand our staff to these outlying locations. That's a pretty big hurdle. We're working through it. We're clearly making, I think, pretty decent progress at it, but it will still take some time to get there. Our vehicles are starting to get a little bit of age on. Our two newest ambulances are a 2020 model and a 2021, which is not wildly old. We put several miles on an ambulance each year, so they're getting up over 140, 150,000 miles on some of them. Our older ambulances are, one's about 10 years old, one's about 8 years old. They're both pushing almost 200,000 miles. So I did write a grant that I finished in September and sent in with the Rescue Squad Assistance Foundation, or a fund, I'm sorry, and we'll hear back with that in January, I think, is usually the first week of January. So I'm sure I'll be back to discuss that a little bit more later. I'll tell you now, so you start getting ready, ambulances are very expensive. The cost for ambulances is up almost 50% since last time we purchased one, so just be ready for a big number. Ideally we get a 50/50 grant on it is about the best we'll be able to do. But anyway, we'll talk more about that.
Which Dustin did submit already and won't know anything until January,
Yeah,
but he did complete quite an extensive grant submission application for that purpose.
yeah, so one of the things, if I can talk about it for just a little bit, one of the things we've been trying to figure out is how to improve, like I said, the wear on our vehicles. So, we looked at several different manufacturers, we looked at several different styles, several different wheelbase lengths, like just all kinds of different things, and try to figure out how we can make improvements on some of those things. So, we met with a lot of manufacturers and we went to some different agencies and test rode some different things and then we tried to be as fiscally responsible as we could but it's still just, things are stupid expensive. It's just the sum of it, so, the only other real need that we see is, at some point we're gonna have to discuss, like, we have this fifth man here, we need to improve the vehicle situation there. Currently they're trying to use this crash truck, it's a 2010 model, and it's just not set up for what we're doing with it. It's a good vehicle and it could probably be used in other ways, in other agencies. I really don't know, and that would be more of a question for Mr. Sowers as to what the options would be to use it somewhere else, but it's not that effective for us. We would be much more successful with just a pickup truck. So, thinking about something like that, I don't have a recommendation right now, but I will eventually. So that's kind of my update. I'm sure you guys have some questions.
Well, I'll get it started.
Yeah.
And the help I've fallen or somebody's fallen, I take it we're still getting a large number of those. Are we any closer to, we had discussed trying to get a response unit.
Right. Yeah, and that's part of and I can elaborate on it. It's one of the things that our fifth man has been able to do. Obviously, they're not there all the time yet, so 20 out of 30 days we're still dealing with it in a regular fashion. But on 10 of those days we have that fifth man there. They're able to go out and either you've fallen, we can help you up, or you do actually need an ambulance. Like trying to cut down on just running the ambulances out there has helped a little bit. We've discussed trying to put together an outreach program, and essentially we could put together 2 or 3, 4 or 5, whatever it takes, staff members, and identify these people that are loyal patrons and
Repeat clients, however you wanna put it.
and go out to their homes and try to identify why they're falling. Maybe they, got a bunch of throw carpets on the ground. We need to get rid of those. Maybe they got, just different things. And I actually took the idea from a previous place that I worked. We did something like that, and I think they saw some manner of success out of it. Obviously working with our dispatch a little bit too to better understand like what is an EMS call and what's not. We answered one a couple weeks ago where the lady just couldn't find her glasses. We had to go find her glasses. That's not an EMS call, right? So, but and that's not saying anything bad about dispatch. They don't know who the hell to call either.
Right.
So we do catch a little bit of like the field area, and we're not really sure. We're gonna send an ambulance out there.
Well, wasn't part of what we did on dispatch, didn't it involve some more medical training or something with, what was that?
It's a problem tree. It doesn't give a lot of discretion for choices.
Yeah,
It's
so
just a
I
problem
can
tree.
talk about that too,
Yeah.
because I helped put it together,
Right,
if
but-
you have questions.
But I was just saying that.
The issue
A little
is
more
that it's
in the
not operational
screening.
yet.
I'm sorry.
The issue with the EMD, that they don't quite have it operational yet. I think
Oh, okay, okay,
I think November 1st is when they said it would be.
Correct.
okay, well, that's
If I'm
fine.
not mistaken.
That-
Correct.
But these files, I've noticed on the alerts I get, used to it was, I pretty well named a 5,
Yeah,
that was regular just about every day. But now it's not so much them, it's sort of spread out more.
yeah, it is. So, we've been able to to meet with some of those, 'cause that's part of what I try to do, whenever we have somebody that calls more than about, 8 or 10 times a year, I try to go out and just have a conversation with them and say, hey, what is the issues that you're facing? Sometimes they're medical issues, sometimes it's cancer patients and they need palliative care, sometimes it's just that, fall down, can't get out of bed, different things like that. And trying to get them different resources or contacts for the resources that would better serve them than us. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it don't. So,
It sounds like you're already trying to address it.
yeah, I mean,
and
we're
it's-
trying to find ways. It's
Yeah.
just such a complex issue. I mean, we're looking at a county with an aging population that just I just think it's gonna happen more and more, to be honest with you.
It is.
And that's why we're trying to figure out different ways to create more outreach things than just run the ambulance out there.
I think
Me
y'all
and you'll
feel,
be there one of these days.
I'm done there.
Y'all need to go ahead and set policy.
That's why I wanna make sure the policy's in place. No.
I'm gonna have to get me a life alert, I get on the ground, I gotta figure out how I'm gonna get back up.
Yeah.
But that's something that I think we need to push for some of them, cause I know y'all have got a few calls here in the last year. People that been down for 10, 12 hours, maybe overnight. And them people really needs a life alert or some sort of,
Right.
cause a lot of people don't carry their cell phone in their pocket like, when they get out, and they should really.
Yeah.
That's the only good thing about a cell phone, if you get out and get down, you can call.
Yeah, a lot of times we get in there and Mama's sitting on the floor 8 foot away from her bed and
Right.
her cell phone's laying on a nightstand next
Right.
to it.
Or they have life alert and it's laying on the nightstand too, so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we get a lot of third party calls like that where our daughter's son, whoever's tried to call 3 or 4 times and they get no answer, so it starts as a welfare check, stuff like that.
That's where neighbors should look after their neighbor. So,
Yeah.
ain't like it used to be.
Well, thank you. I just wondered where we were at on that, and sounds like you're headed in the right direction. You just need more manpower and more money.
Pretty much.
That's another thing that we can use on this transportation committee. I was thinking while you was talking about the ambulances, the roads they run over.
Yeah.
Them washboards, shakes them ambulances and school buses all
I'm
to
telling
pieces.
you, I mean, you can look at my maintenance records and see how many alignments I put on these
Yeah.
ambulances.
Yeah.
It's too
Yeah.
many. Our ambulances take a beating. Our folks take a beating riding in them every day, and then
It's too
there's
weight to be
obviously
bouncing
the
around.
patient that's sick or injured that's bouncing around in the backup too. That ain't having a good time either. So
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
hi. May I, say a couple of things to
Yes.
Thank you. Justin, thank you for that excellent report, complete and thorough. I want to comment on the getting out in our community, making yourselves visible, getting people to understand and not to fear our EMS squads, and just anything you can do that puts you in front of folks as our ambassadors for health and to keep them safe is so important. So I applaud you for all of the work that you've done in the last year. That's just amazing. I am back where I grew up and went to school, and they have an EMS program at the high school that I'm going to bring back some information about. So I'll maybe reach out with Kim and talk to you about. I think that you're doing a fine job. I'm so glad to hear about the response to the cadet program, and I echo what Supervisor Booth and Chairman Turman said about the EMD program. I think we need to get better communications going between those dispatch and your department to help with some of the frequent supplier calls and really drill down exactly what's going on and the questions that need to be answered and some of the work that they can do to help you guys out. But outstanding report. Thank you so much for all of your dedication and your work. And I'm really glad you're where you are. And it seems like the investment that we're making through our insurance is paying dividends. So thanks again. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your work, and it's nice to see the improvements that are happening, especially with Dr. Patterson. Are you finding that qualified applicants that you'd like to hire are not taking job offers due to salary offers, or what can we do to get the quality applicants that you want to come on?
Since July, we have interviewed probably, I don't have the number off the top of my head, so I don't wanna guesstimate too badly, but we've probably interviewed at least 10 people. 5, I wanna say, about half of them have been full-time applicants. We've hired 3 of them. We elected not to hire the other 3.
So you're getting you're
Yeah,
able to hire the
3
applicants you want.
The 3 applicants that we wanted, they accepted the job offer, and we didn't make an offer to the other 2.
Wonderful.
So I couldn't tell you, we've not had anybody call back since July. We've not had anybody call back and say, I can't afford this, or that ain't enough for me, or anything like that. I mean, I can't tell you, we continue to see, and it's just always gonna be a thing, apparently. You know, we continue to see surrounding agencies, just continue to increase rates just the same as we do, it's just, we're all chasing something instead of working together, and nobody really wants to come to the table and figure out, a development on how to not do that, so. It would be great if we could work out some kind of regional thing where we all kind of pay the same, but we ain't right now, so.
Right.
Um,
As long as you're able to hire the ones you want.
Yeah.
I'd rather have quality bodies than warm bodies.
And that's been my approach too, I don't wanna stand up here and tell you we've turned people away, because I don't want you to think we're not trying to make the expansions that you all wanna see, but there's so much that goes into bringing people into this, and especially growing at the rate that we wanna grow. It's really easy to completely shock your culture by hiring the wrong person, and it doesn't take just 1 or 2 to really take you back way further than you really wanna go.
And I will tell you that, when we interview as a group, the second interview, I can't remember a time when it wasn't unanimous.
Right.
So myself, Kevin, Dustin, or whatever combination that is, that, the person would leave and we would just say, just right now, it's not a good fit, and we've all been on the same board because.
I just wanna make sure that Dustin has the resources to hire the people he wants.
Mhm.
I know how important it is in a life-saving situation to have somebody that is qualified and skilled to not do harm. And I'd rather have only partners that are not gonna do harm.
I'm not, I mean, there's several agencies around us that are just, we hire warm bodies, anybody that holds
Right.
a cert and can sit in the driver's seat.
Right, I don't want warm bodies showing up
And
in an emergency, I want quality.
I don't prescribe to that theory, I don't think it helps us in the long run. It might fill the seat for a couple of months, but ultimately they're gonna leave because they don't like my culture, and we're just gonna be back where we started.
Right.
And everybody's gonna be mad, so there's
Right.
really bad.
I appreciate your expectations for excellence, as Dr. Patterson has set the bar to provide quality, consistent care, and I appreciate that. So as long as you have the resources to continue that culture, that's what I wanna make
as
sure of.
long as we just, keep, just like we've been doing in the years that I've been doing this, as long as we keep progressing, in some relatively competitive manner to other localities, I think we're in a good spot right now, and I think we could stay here, as long as we don't become too stagnant, obviously,
Right.
is what I'm trying to say.
And I will say the last 2 out of 3, and it could have been 3 out of 3, actually during the interview commented that, either they were referred to by others because of the culture that Dustin has created. So the reputation is getting out there, which is really coming for, and I think the two that we just recently hired were two of those people that have had conversation, they were like, oh, you should go to Floyd.
Right.
You know, so that's a commendable for what Dustin has built, you know, maintained and continues to strive, so.
Right, as long as, you know, as you build that culture of excellence, you will attract
Mhm.
better skilled, better qualified people, and that's great.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything that you're doing. Good leadership, and I appreciate the update. I think you bring up a good point on the, other agencies around us continue to, I mean, that's what's gonna happen. It always has and it always will. And it's a different discussion for a different day, and it's a big discussion, but I think one thing that can help that situation is if when a municipality or a county or whatever maybe looks to implore some type of benefit that's only county specific, right? Like I know we did the hazardous duty pay and we helped with the insurance benefits, but I've been to other places, I've seen other things where the municipality says to keep that person from wanting to jockey to this place, and then just everybody keeps switching back and forth. It's like you're a free agent in baseball. You know, once you're certified, who's got the best benefits for me?
Yeah.
But, you know, if the municipality has something that says, well, you know, your county time, you'll get such and such at retirement or so forth, but I think that's a different discussion, obviously for a different day, but I think it's worth talking about at some point.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, it's gotten better obviously because of the changes and improvements we've made over the last couple of years. But, you know, there was a time where people came to Floyd, they got their certification, they came to Floyd to get, you know, their minimal, but a little bit of experience, and then they were gone once they, you know, kind of beefed up their application for somewhere else. And we're not seeing as much of that now. We're seeing folks that come in, you know, they go through the FTO or the field training process, and they're sticking around after that.
Mhm.
And that's the big difference from outside of just getting more applicants. Like that's the big difference is it's not a runway to their career anymore. It's being a little bit more of a, we're considering it more of a
And
long
then
term.
a lot of times too, if folks like the culture, they'll stay, you
Absolutely.
know.
You know, they dedicate to the county.
Yeah, if they like the culture, they'll stay. My last question is just for my folks in
Yeah.
Locust Grove. You know, how's Station 3 looking, in terms of utilizing the building or
I
trucks
would
or?
honestly defer a little bit of the building questions to Mr. Bulk. I think we got some building problems up there. I know I can tell you right now the building is more or less closed down. You know, I don't think we have the water turned on. We're not running a whole lot of electricity stuff up there. So, you know, I think there's maybe a couple repairs that we'd have to make. Outside of that, as far as staffing 3 stations, so, you know, we can go to Station 4, we can go to Station 3, we can go to Indian Valley, we can go to Check. Whatever you guys send me is where we'll go. But, you know, we're a ways from being able to do both.
Right, yeah.
So,
But currently, we're not using the building or trucks
currently,
or
we're
nothing.
not using the building.
Okay.
Currently, as far as I know, we're using it as a dumpster site.
Right.
Yeah, that's.
How many trucks do we have down there?
There's 2 vehicles down there, but they're not operational. They're 2 ambulances that we've that we were given from the volunteer group, that we've taken over, but they're currently not. They're old. They're 2010 or older. They're both high mileage. We don't really have any intention of using them as ambulances. You know, we've been discussing a little bit again whether that's something we could use, take the box off, maybe they can use it at the dump, or maybe they need maintenance like we did with the last. I don't know. It's just they're not suitable for putting patients in and that kind of thing. So that's kind of where we're at on that.
Need a van type.
No, they're
They're a box
4x4,
truck.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
May I,
Go ahead.
before you leave, Dustin,
I know that there are a number of folks that have started using former ambulances as work vehicles. Do we have any idea if they're really not of use, could we sell them? I don't know how that would work with state surplus and all, but I mean, there's really no sense in holding on to them. And people have done some tremendous things with old ambulances and made them into very effective work trucks.
Yeah, I'm completely open to whatever you guys recommend, you know, like I said, if you wanna try to sell them, we can try to sell them, if you wanna transfer them, use them in another department, it really doesn't matter, I can tell you, there's no real value to them as an EMS ambulance.
The longer they sit there, the more to go down.
Exactly.
You have to refer back to our policy manual on that. I think we have to put it, if we do it, we have to put it up to auction. You can't just sell to an individual, I believe.
Right. That's accurate. So one was to just, revisit the county in itself. We think we're okay, especially if we get this other vehicle by way of donation. If not, it was the small conversations that were had to do just what Jerry said, follow policy to get through it, recoup that money back, but have it go towards the matching if the grant comes for another ambulance. That would be the suggestion.
Great idea.
That would be the suggestion.
Yep, great idea. Great idea. I remind you of anything, Kim?
Yes.
Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you for what
Thank
you
you.
do, sir.
Guys.
Thank
This
you.
is my notes that I read from, and then just a couple of reports that talk about.
Perfect.
show the
We'll
numbers.
upload the report so you have the data, okay?
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, great job.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Thanks, Dustin.
You didn't do
Thank
bad,
you.
we're still in a good mood.
It's a good day, right?
Yeah.
Have a good day.
See ya.
I don't know about the next one.
Yeah. How about you, Mark?
Well, I'm glad you're happy now. Well, Danny, where we gonna start at? Scale house.
Transfer Station Road, I guess.
Scale house photos?
Look how pretty that is.
We got started.
Yep. Looking good.
And then,
We got Mike Short go out, well, me and my boys went out, we squared it up, laid it off, and got Mike Short to come by and dig the footers real quick. We went out and poured the foundation. Got Derek Soares to show up to lay the block work. And then got OmniBuild to do labor. So he's not getting percentage off of the materials. And he agreed to it. And they come out there and framed it up one day and come back a couple days later when the trusses showed up, got it all on. Even donated some material. Hopefully after I get done with y'all, I'm gonna give Julie Nolan a call, go out there and get the electrical started. Derek Soares is hopefully scheduled this week to do the plumbing.
What size is that building?
It's 12 by 16.
It's a nice size building.
It will have a restroom in it, and it's gonna have some windows and so forth. Anyway, it's
That's what I was getting ready to ask you, where it's going.
coming across the scales.
Two on this side, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It'll be a 30-inch by 4 foot with the slider,
Right,
so it'll be about 12.
sort of like they got a state stone or something like that.
Yeah, it's gonna have a 4 foot fixed window next to it, so you can see on out through there. On the end wall, there'd be I think it's a 4 by 3 to see oncoming traffic. Doors half glass. There's 2 small windows on the back for extra light.
I will tell you, with Mark's relationships with Mark and the team doing some of the work, a lot of the work, donated resources, every piece of each lane of the work met really below our small procurement.
Cool.
So, and that's a tribute to Mark and relationships and hard work,
Heated.
you know?
I'm sorry.
It will be heated.
Yeah,
Gotta keep that electronic equipment at a certain
That's true.
temperature.
yeah, we got mini split coming in for,
Good.
So like me.
low temperatures and for heat.
Good.
And, we've got a lady hired, she started today.
Mhm.
So,
Alexis, yeah.
yep, Miss Alexis,
Run the scale out.
yes.
She's not already sitting in there, is she?
No,
Getting used to it.
she's down in Jimmy's shack.
Okay.
Yeah.
She'd probably rather be there.
She's in a box off in the corner where they just unwrap her.
Just waiting on those windows.
Hey, Mark.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Mark. Have you found that building inspector to work with?
He's a pain in the butt.
I've already got
I've heard
complaints.
such good things about him. I've heard such good things about him.
Oh, good.
Alright.
All right, Thompson Lupson sent us back his plan. This is the grading plan for the parking area for Thompson's trailers. And I like it. There's best I remember, in the low left-hand corner, there's about 4 foot of fill going up to about 2 foot. And then the top's gonna be cut a little bit, so that it's average from 4 to roughly 2 foot of fill. There's, ain't gonna need as much soil as I thought we would.
Cool.
Then we're gonna, can you make it smaller for me? Okay. Who's got that shooter?
Is that what this is?
Yeah. Okay, other one. So yeah, most fields right here, there's about 2 foot fill here, there's a little bit, there's about 4 or 5 foot cut right here. And about a 2 foot cut, and there's a little fill here. So everybody will come down the road. So we're gonna cut this bank out right here, so Miss Alexa and whoever's working on Saturdays can see the traffic
Right.
coming in. So, I like it, but that's only my opinion. So what I'd like to ask is, if y'all like it, give the approval for Lumpson and Associates to carry on to do the final touch-ups to it. We've got it under an acre, so there's no storm water.
That E&S guy's tough too.
And then using the pond down below for catching extra runoff, I think we can work at, our goal is work that in with the E&S plan. And then we can put it out to bid and run with it.
I got one question, I hate to ask it,
Don't ask.
but I have to. Does this come in onto the part where we maintain the permit with the EQ?
Now,
And do they have to be involved in approving?
I don't think that they would, when we looked at this a few years back, I was talking to the lady at the DEQ office. And her concern was as long, we could not go on top of the old landfill.
At all.
Well, no, I'm talking about, see, we hold a permit out there where they park the cars and stuff. I forget the area that comes out to, and I was just wondering if.
Oh, the emergency brush pile area.
Yes.
That's right up in here.
Right, so this does go into that permitted section then,
Well, the drive does.
yeah.
And we're
I'll
only,
get with DEQ.
Can you run it by Billy,
Yeah,
just to
Okay.
make sure?
alright,
we could do that.
I'm not trying to create problem, I'm trying to save
No,
problem.
yeah.
I'd hate to see something put in and then boom, here they come from top down. Just to make sure that we don't run into any problems with DEQ or anybody on that permit.
Okay,
Cause that permit's partially what keeps
Yeah.
us getting
Yeah.
good rates at the other place.
But
Cause they know we have the ability that we had a site. That's what we used it for. The reason we've always maintained that is, is negotiating on the prices at the other place.
right.
Well, we got our own site, we can just crank up any time. We wouldn't, but it's a negotiating tactic, but
of course, this is just my opinion, but you guys run that day-to-day operation. If y'all are happy with it, and if that's the way y'all want it, I think y'all should have the majority of the say in it, I don't think it's up to us. If it's, we trust you enough to lay it out like it's supposed to.
I don't have any problem with it. I think it's a great layout, it's a good,
Flow,
was,
yep.
just make sure that we're okay with that.
Okay, yeah, we'll contact Billy, send him a picture and just ensure that we're covered.
That we're not violating
Correct,
anything in that. I hate to get them involved.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
thank you. Ms. Bolt, I would assume that this grading work is gonna be a lot, and will it go out to bid?
Yes, it will go out to bid.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I kind of, echo on our approval, to spend the money, but if you feel that this is the best, design, and it's gonna be the most effective or efficient in and parking of our Thompson Trucking Company, box trucks, trailers, then, yeah, I'm 100% behind it.
Thank you. Yeah, it should be, I think it's gonna be out of the way for future growth. And, it opens up a lot of space around the transfer floor we have already, so. All right, thank you. I'll take the
Yeah,
next step.
I also agree with Jerry in that, be careful with that permitted area already. Maybe you and Kim can work together to, make any kind of, effective changes that might be necessary just to make sure that permit stays intact.
Will do.
Looking good.
Now, bad news?
What's this?
When they park a full trailer down there to be taken off, it's covered, isn't it?
Yes,
They have the covers that they pull back over.
yeah, the contract we have with Thompson Trucking is, they bring it empty, they roll the tarp back. And when Jimmy or Chris gets it full, they pull it out, and then they put the tarp back over it,
Back over.
so. And them little pink areas is concrete pads to drop they call them dogs? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, this here is the other side.
How many trucks did you say they back in?
boy.
They usually we have usually seven, so
I was
we're
thinking
gonna
7 or 8, yeah, okay.
go with 3 for growth. This is our Willis site. They've come back, won't know if they want to follow through with it. We got it laid out 80 foot to the right side, gives us room to pull the roll-off truck in, back up and pick up the container. We got the entrance come in, give people room to drive around, circle back. We got room at to the left of the site, which is, we got a recycle retainer. We could put some cardboard retainers on the end. But we're looking at $800,000.
$817,000 before contingency, 25% contingency.
Which would be over $1 million with
So
contingency.
with the contingency of 25%, which is a little heavy, but with contingency, it'd be $1,021,000 or almost $1,022,000. You have 204,000 in contingency set aside, or they do in their invoice.
Their bid estimate.
And that's to get the site ready and fenced.
Right.
Not including the compactors.
Correct.
And the electricity.
Yeah, it's down here on the left-hand side.
And you know,
Just
I may be getting too far over, because we ain't discussed it or anything, but if we can find another site.
Yeah.
Well, we got, that's in this package too.
Yeah, what I was gonna say was, even though that's an exorbitant price, I don't agree with it. It's still better, we could take that
Yeah.
probably $800,000 and use it for somewhere else,
Oh, yeah,
instead of,
couple of places.
So should we put this site, table this site for a while? Put these plans?
Yeah, I have it on the agenda for later, so
Yeah, okay.
whatever decisions you
we'll-
guys, if
we'll
that's okay.
discuss it later.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so these numbers are provided by who? This,
TRC,
are those relative to being the same if we had the, local folks around here, excavators, if they put out a proposal on that, would they be coming in at these same numbers?
I don't know.
That's my only thought, is like, cause these what is it,
TRC, they're
TRC, I mean, but they're
the,
not the actual guys that's gonna be operating the truck moving dirt.
no, sir.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah, I would assume that they deal with this every day, every year. They're the ones that oversee our landfill. Used to be
Drake Brady.
Rick Renee,
Great.
so they do the earthwork.
did we have to incorporate them with the Franklin Pike site?
No, that was all done in-house.
This,
But
Levi,
this one can't be done in-house.
Mm-mm.
No, it's over 10,000 square feet.
Okay, so it's under that size.
Franklin Pike was
Yeah.
already there. We extended it under 10,000 square feet.
9,999.
There you go, 0.5.
What's how much over 10,000 is this one?
Oh, God.
It's under an acre. It's about 3/4 of an acre. So it's was two times 8, 8, 16. It's 1,600. That's 3,200 square feet.
Over,
Well, it's 3,200 square feet. So we're 2,200 square feet over 10,000.
2,200 square feet over
Yeah.
10,000.
So it's under an acre. Acre is 40.
So if we trimmed it back
Yeah.
under.
Greatly,
Huh?
greatly, cause it was over 2 million, if remember, we had concept 1, 2, and 3.
Right.
See,
So-
it was, the original grading was to grade the entire property and also
Right.
have other stuff there besides
Correct.
this.
Correct.
But if we trimmed it back another 2,200 feet, it puts it under that 10,000, right?
Yeah, but
So it's more of an in-house project.
Yeah, but 10,000 square feet won't have enough room to
Do with the compactors,
compactors.
you might with
Gotcha.
green boxes, but not with compactors.
No, but see, the thing about it, you got to cut all that other grading
Correct.
back too. That kinda adds to it, but it's gonna
Really
be,
just has to do with how much grading is there.
yeah.
We should do I'm sorry, go ahead.
That finishes.
These compactors, where's the nearest place that they're being used right here? You said something about
Reiner.
Reiner had some. I'd have to take a field trip one day and look at them and just see,
See them in action.
yeah.
Yeah, I've met two of the attendants and they just walk around and just tell you anything you wanna know.
I'm a visual person, it's easier for me if I see it, file it away in my dustbin for a while, so.
Alright, so this is on the agenda later, if you so choose. And the estimate is in there as well,
Okay, under 10,
under 8D,
under 8D,
Now
it shows the estimate?
right, but on our agenda.
Correct, on number 10, yes.
the water storage pipe they believe they could drop that size down and save a little bit on that, so. But still, you're probably looking at $800,000.
Even locally, you're looking at a three quarter of a million, with all. So.
Guess I got something on the bottom of my shoes.
Yes.
It's hard to stand still.
So
Next up.
this is the next, this is,
Alright, as you know, I know we got one unhappy person, but, we pulled the boxes. The buyers are getting,
and people.
them people, and them
Say that.
people just, some people are just some people, and I'll just leave it at that.
There you go.
I'll
So,
say it. My constituents, I can say it. You come to a green box and it's got lids on it, open the door and put your trash inside. Don't throw it up on top for the bear to climb up and get and drag up through the field.
Yeah, but the pictures y'all sent us, them doors was open and the boxes are half full.
Correct,
They still fill them up and on the outside.
correct.
And
Yeah.
weren't those our bear resistant boxes that
Correct.
the
Yes.
trash was being
Yes.
thrown on top of?
Oh,
That's
yeah,
right.
That's what I'm saying. Don't throw the stuff
Right,
up on top.
but we need to clarify that those are the bear resistant
And-
boxes
and
that
I
Actually,
went
they
up
made
there-
a whole big deal,
Right.
moving stuff around to put those bear boxes there.
I went up there and to each one, I read the instructions, I pushed and pulled and slid and,
Uh-huh.
you know, they actually have them in working, they are in working
Mhm.
order. It's not like you need 3 people to open
Right.
one.
My parents had a word for the ones that you got a half empty box and you put it on the ground or on top. It's called sorriness.
Yes, there you go.
it is
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just wanted that out there.
When you said boxes, let me interject this. I mentioned it to Kim.
Mhm.
Stole it from Carroll County. You know, we're losing some of the cases because of the yellow stickers. So they're in the trucks for the guys to put on there.
Right.
Why can't we get a rider to go over them? Cause I know Carroll County, that's how come they noticed, it said warning.
Or
You know, they go,
attention or
and
something,
about 4-inch letters over top.
Looking.
different color.
Yep.
Yeah, and, you know, they was bright red.
There you go.
You'd see them, and then when they see the warning, maybe they'll read the sign under it. You know, it just
Right.
gives more teeth in these tickets that get wrote, you know,
Okay.
so, I mean, that's just a suggestion, you know, so,
Won't hurt.
yeah, well, we can try. You know.
Yeah.
That's all we can do, that's what we've been doing, so.
So, we're looking at fence this area here in. And right here, this building, put a roll off for public use. The blue line is a new fence. We're gonna come here, this pink fence is, the neighbor's got a wood fence right there. So if ever we come close to it, have open gates here, so when they open up, when go to the garage, open this up when it's ready for public to enter, and put a slide gate here, so when the trucks are working Saturdays and Sundays, they can hit a remote control
Okay.
in and out. The gate automatically close behind them, so if somebody's got a load of construction material, say, I'll just sneak in there when the truck goes to, well, no.
Right. This is fine, we'll try, I'm okay with trying it this way, but I got a feeling you're gonna have to put an electronic gate at the top to keep the bears from.
Out of the roll off?
Barbed wire over top, hot, make it a prison
Well, I
unit.
mean, it's, you know, some kinda like we've got on these other entrances we're doing. I mean, I don't have a problem trying it open like that, but I think the bears will still get in there and make a mess.
At least it's our property.
Well, I know,
At least
if they keep it there. Now,
Yeah.
if they're going for a picnic up on the hill, that's a whole nother thing.
Right.
Well, we could, if we, like I said, we can try it, but if we have to put a slider here, then we'll have to extend the fence down here in the pink. 'Cause I don't
Correct.
think it'd be right putting the electric fence on top of the neighbors.
No, I
Okay.
understand that, that's why I say, I understood what you were doing.
Okay,
I was just saying,
Yeah.
that's fine to try this and see what happens. And then if there's problems, then we can address. And it may be that we can just, we may not have to come all the way down, we'll just come down a portion just to
Maybe.
get the gate that can open at 5 in the morning and close at 8 at night,
yeah, we could put another slider right here,
or somewhere.
yeah.
So we
Good
did
thought.
put this out, this is out for bid, but we wanted to, just explain, the movement and the possibility of, almost like a Franklin Pike, property, we already have it, if we can inherently at a lesser cost be safer
Well,
for everybody, that's what we wanna
It's gonna
do.
help with that problem, and it's gonna keep, us from a safety standpoint, people blocking the road.
Correct.
Yeah,
Are they stopping the road
That's
without,
so important.
and we have a lot of buses, school buses,
Correct.
traffic,
Yeah.
and that kind of stuff
Mhm.
through there, and it just. But thank y'all for looking into this. I
Yeah.
think I first mentioned this in about 94, but got around to it, so.
Wasn't here.
How many feet of fencing is that roughly?
we'll
Let me
say,
see. Hold on.
258 feet, I believe.
265.
We'll,
So close.
Well, that not,
So it's-
that's
we're gonna
minus
deduct-
gates.
we're gonna deduct that
265,
3 feet.
54, 65, so, yeah,
Right. Minus gates.
And the good thing is,
correct.
we have an electric pole right here,
Yep.
Right.
and there's already a meter and panel box in that old building, so I looked at it, had the boys get about 4 foot of paper out of the building.
In
That-
your packet, it'll mark actually part of the bid on the second page, it'll say 6-foot color guide, 8-foot fence, where the gates are gonna be, and it'll have the more square footage detail
The
if you're
stuff
interested.
that's in that building, what, do you know what, I never
It was
did.
shredded paper, I guess somebody forgot about it, nobody been in it for long, first time I looked in the building.
Oh, okay,
And that's like an 8 foot space, but the rest of it is, dry storage for our
Oil.
plastic containers, so we put oil in,
Right.
keep the sun at them, so hopefully get a
Oh,
longer
okay.
life out of them.
I was wondering if, since it's closed and it's right there on top of it, if it would be room to put, like cardboard and a glass bottle
Or recycling.
for recycling.
Yeah, that's not the building we went in when we toured it.
That'd be hard to
No.
get.
Probably not room.
No, there's not room for
I
that.
was thinking about
Even
converting
cleaned
that
up,
building,
yeah.
but if that's what you're using it for, you need to continue to use that for that, so we'll address that some other way.
Okay.
Well, the bid's out till the 23rd, so that's when they have the return and looking for a completion date within 60 days upon your guys' approval.
Now, I had one, before I forget it again.
Please.
One of our bidders called back, said he's booked up to February,
Mhm.
so, did you respond back to him?
No.
Okay, we just tell him to forget it,
No,
okay,
you never know.
okay, alright. Okay, there's that, letter.
And we have
Software.
Which
the
is
software, yep,
the
Wasteworks.
bid letter, yeah.
We got software and other piece of property.
Well, they had questions on, I didn't send the other piece of property, I can put that in there, it's the property that was possibly emailed, and I think there was some questions on how the tax map number from Linda and how much acreage or the area of that particular property. Mark said a half acre,
Wow.
You figured a half acre? You talking about the ones you sent, it's got the
Yes.
measurements on it.
Yeah, the one across.
Yeah, I think that
I
much.
wasn't,
across from VDOT.
yeah, I wasn't too far off, cause I figured it out one night, and I come up with 8/10.
Yeah, I kept looking for the property you told me to look for, and I
Yeah.
said, but I think
It's
it's the
not
same
there.
property.
Yeah.
But it's different owners now.
Right, yeah,
Okay,
yeah. Cause it's what, 43,000 so many odd square feet in an acre.
yeah, I think it's 43,600,
Yeah,
43,600.
560 or something.
Yeah.
So I figured it out, it was
Ballpark.
8/10 of an acre, so I wasn't too far off.
So it's offered with that, he wants to go that long direction, the deep instead of wide.
Right.
It may not hurt if we can just, can I say what you said this morning about
No.
Okay, no. Just like a fish out of water, flip flopping around. Anyway, slip thought, maybe wanna ask for just a little bit more, a little bit bigger a fish, 18-inch fish is pretty good to eat, but a 24-inch, you got more meat, so.
You got that right.
She's got a lot of, some questions that she has to get answers on anyway.
Mhm.
Okay, so we got that,
I'm adding this, the wasteworks right now,
wasteworks.
Wasteworks.
Software.
the software for the scale house.
Alright, so I'll break the ice, and these two young kids here went it last week and looked at it, so they got more knowledge on computer systems and so forth than I does. But it's a system that Carroll County uses. They have cameras. They got a camera that reads the tag when it first pulls up. They got a camera looks down what's got in the vehicle or the truck. And after the regular customers come across, they get the average weight and it's put into the system. So when they come through, they can put that truck number in or that tag number, whatever system they're using,
There it is.
and they can weigh it and get the fee at that present time. They ain't got to circle back through. So, and then that computer does a lot. So, and the camera that looks down in it is, so if I pull up and say, I ain't got nothing but household trash and trash bags, and I pull through and look down at that camera and see, well, there's half truckload of tires underneath them. So then they can say, you gotta come back or have something in case they dispute the ticket or they run out, and then they can tell the 911 that says, license plate XXX1111, red Ford trucks that's dressed out of here not paying, so.
Neat, like that.
Alright, it's all y'all's now, I'll sit down.
Well, you know what, we're still in a happy mood, you did all right.
Well, good, but
Spend all their money.
yeah, I always want money when I show up.
I don't believe there's a constitutional office.
Yeah. The trouble is you give us too much to think about.
Well, disagree with me, we'll go on, we'll be fine. So Dana, what do you think about the,
So,
I like the system they have, yeah. Pretty user friendly.
Yeah, this wasteworks software that Carroll County is using is also the same system that New River Valley
Yeah.
Resource Authority uses. Cause those same tickets that they print out and can give to the customer, I get those tickets from New River Resource Authority every month. So I was like, oh, I recognize that, so,
And it's a pretty simple system.
Yeah,
and that's what-
and they can do like the statement billing and all of that from this software.
Which
Um,
takes the billing, minimizes time, takes time
right.
from having to bill from this
I'm not having
office.
to look at every ticket and bill it every
Right.
month, it'll just automatically generate an invoice.
Now, we still have
with
to
this.
review it, just
Yeah.
for, ensure it's correct, but
And it has a lot of other reporting options too, we can get instant reports on weights, loads, anything you wanna know, the system stores and has reporting capabilities.
I like that idea of that camera looking down. Once that gets around, it'll cut down a lot of issues. So,
yeah, see, then I'll see that computer does it all, so I ain't gotta sit in the office and try to put all these numbers together and then figure out and to give it to Jenny and have her recheck it all. Make sure I'm somewhere close. But- And she does correct me now and then.
She's good at that, so.
Vice versa, he does his share of correcting too.
Alrighty, I don't see no,
So, so far, we're approved to carry on with the landfill, checking with Billy with TRC. And then y'all gonna talk about the Willis site,
And wasteworks software,
we're
we're gonna talk about
I thought they was gonna
that.
go ahead and pass it now.
No. So it's on the agenda.
It's on the agenda. Okay, what about, Lumps and Associates? I'm okay with you, do that or you
Moving
gonna do-
forward, yeah, we can move forward with it,
Move
yeah.
forward with that, okay. And then my new truck is moving forward with that.
That's not on, that's not on the agenda.
Nice try.
And we already, there's no addendum.
That was
I
fine.
know when we get a couple of used ambulances.
Yeah,
Use a couple of used ambulances.
I could use one of them.
One of them, okay.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
The old red Ford at the
Pick out the best.
Love that
Turbo
truck.
shop.
That's right.
As like I say, the longer they sit
Alright,
down
we
there.
good?
We're good.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank
Y'all have a good day. Good luck to y'all.
Well, with that, we'll move down to our public comment, since there's no constitutional officers here. It's on them, not us. I shouldn't have said that.
So, sir,
It is the
Thank you.
intent that all person or people attending the meeting of the board regardless of handicap or conditions shall have an opportunity to participate. If any person present requires any special assistance, please let the board know in order that arrangements can be made. Speakers are limited to 4 minutes, sharing or giving away of unused time is not permitted. The board does not respond to questions or comments made by the speaker during the public comment period. So with that, I'll open the public comment for
the first person on is Mr. Paul Kitchen from the Little River District.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, county administrative staff, and my fellow citizens. I'm here to give you a brief update on what's going on from the election point of view. So far, we have 1,370 ballots cast. That's split between in-person early voting and returned absentee ballots. So it's going really quite smoothly. We've been getting very positive comments using the space that we have upstairs. It's a good traffic flow for our staff and volunteers and for the electors. The only complaint we have is the security. Some people don't like going through magnetometers and being checked, but from our point of view, we appreciate the safety and security so that we can deliver fair and accurate elections without any interference. So that's going really, really well. Thank you for the proclamation. It's been well received, and tomorrow during our training sessions, we will be handing it out to our officers and giving them a thanks. And I believe Ms. Cookenbook is coming for our 2 o'clock till 4 o'clock training session. And if you have the opportunity to join us tomorrow between 6 and 8, we'd appreciate it. I believe that Sarah has distributed the location and times for you as well. So you're welcome to come and join us. We really do appreciate that. We have gone through our logic and accuracy testing to ensure that all of the voting equipment is properly prepared and programmed and ready to go, and it is securely locked in our secure room and cages, ready to be distributed for the elections. There's one thing I want to bring to everyone's attention. We are anticipating a fairly notable amount of write-in votes this election. That is statewide as well, because there is a write-in campaign for the lieutenant governor. There's a write-in campaign going on out in Indian Valley. This slows the process slightly. If the number of write-in votes exceeds a certain threshold, we are required to count them. And that is basically a hand counting process where we look at the tapes and we have to adjudicate. So I want everyone out in the county to know that on election night, November the 4th, we try to put as much information out there in terms of results as we can. Just remember, those are not the official results. And there's a potential for change when we add in the post-election work that we do. And that'll be counting the write-in votes, counting any provisionals or same-day registrations. So that's just something to be aware of as we get to that point in the election as well. Everything is in place to handle it. We've got our team of people ready to review and count them, and then the electoral board will be on hand to resolve any variations that we have to deal with. So we're all set with that. So that's kind of where we are with the election. There's one request that I would have the board and the administrative staff to consider. You have a space on your agenda for constitutional offices. The Office of Election is a department of the county. And I think it would be nice if you would include the Office of Election as or in that particular agenda item. That way we would have the opportunity to come and visit with you, give you updates, and give you the opportunity to respond, ask questions, other than the limitations we have here in the public comment period. So that's what I had to say. Thank you very much. We appreciate your service and your support. Have a terrific day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you're good. You came in with 10 seconds left. Man, I'm not ready for this pressure.
Next on the list is Kat Wittenberger, Burke's Fork.
Anyway, my notes are on my phone, because I'm that person. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Kat Wittenberger, Navy veteran and the Executive Director of Mountain Valor Veteran Services, which is here in Floyd. I'm here to officially share the date for next year's Mountain Valor Fest. That's going to be September 12th, 2026. This event is always tied to the 9/11 remembrance, so we don't have the flexibility to move it. I am asking for your help in deconflicting with other major county events that might be scheduled on that day. I'd also like to personally invite each of you to add the date to your personal calendars. This is your veterans event, honoring those who served and connecting them with the resources and services that can support them. I hope to see each of you there in person, standing alongside your veteran community. This past year, we welcomed more than 160 veterans and 70 veteran spouses and widows. Overall, we had more than 600 people attend and 24 services on site to help those folks. What makes this free event unique is that it is the only 9/11 remembrance in rural Virginia built from the ground up to be family and community friendly. At the heart of it is a remembrance ceremony, a powerful moment when hundreds fall silent together to honor the lives lost on 9/11 and through the wars that followed. I'll give you one quick example. This year, a widow drove more than 2.5 hours to come to the event because she couldn't find help anywhere else. In our global war on terror veterans, those like me who carry the weight of more than 2 decades of war, need a space where we can mourn our brothers and sisters in arms. That grief doesn't just disappear with time. It's heavy, and this event gives us a place to lay some of it down. We'd love to have your support and your presence next year. Thank you for standing behind your veteran community.
Thank you. That's all.
That's it?
Yep.
Alright, with that, I declare the public comment period closed. We'll move on to old business.
The first on old business, sir, is just a reminder that 10/21 next Tuesday at 9 a.m. is the workshop. So make sure that that is on your guys' calendars. Number 2 would be, or 10G, I should say, is revisiting what Mark discussed earlier, which is the Willis site. Seeing the layout and the estimated cost,
Could
how
we
you'd like to proceed with that.
lay that down to our night meeting?
Push it to the October night meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, is that, yes?
What, if I may, why not just table it at this point, or you wanna just try to discuss later more things about it, Mr. Chairman and Vice Chairman?
let's get some more information on this other one, and then if we can take it up, we can. If not, we'll table it. We just,
Alright, sounds good.
we just need a little bit more information on this other one, so,
You got it. I believe it's 10:28, thank you. So we'll, right now, we'll place it on the agenda for the 10:28 meeting.
that's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing on here is, we did talk about software prior, so the WasteWorks software that Mark discussed for the transfer station, I went ahead and put that in your packet. So it would be purchasing of the software and at least, and there's a quarterly maintenance, support and maintenance.
That's the one Carol had.
Does that include a server
Yes.
for that as well?
Mr. Chairman, may I, are we looking
Yeah, one
to
server.
take a vote on this today, or just for us to continue to look at it?
I think
It's marked as an action item, so.
Okay,
The other, we did get another quote, the other quote was, I believe, over $30,000, which is a little bit,
so what is, yeah, since I am not able to look at things, what is the bottom line on this software that is
The
a
total-
regional software, everybody's using it?
correct, the total cost of software and hardware is $9,350, which is less than 10,000, which under our procurement.
Yeah,
Um,
so does it have a yearly maintenance or?
It's a support and maintenance would be $600 a quarter.
A quarter?
Yep,
We were told that there's.
That's
super
$2,400 a year,
yep.
and that's for the life of the contract, $2,400 a year,
Yep.
correct?
Hold on, I'm
So
looking,
that puts it,
actually, it's two separate, it's the licensed server, workstations and modules is 600. And then the support and maintenance for the software license is $100 per quarter.
so that's $700 per quarter, translating to $2,800 a year.
Correct,
And that's on support, maintenance, and other things.
correct, and then the first, yes.
Alright,
And this is for two sites, two possible workstations, excuse me.
now, a couple of questions. This software would aid in our accounts payable department, making that job a little more streamlined because everything gets kind of run through this software.
Accounts receivable, not payable.
Accounts receivable, pardon me. Accounts receivable, and it would be a more efficient use of that person's time because there would be other things that they could do.
Correct. As well as Linda, as well as transfer station employees, because it's not gonna be such a manual ticketing.
Right. But when we add the 2,800 to the 9,000, doesn't that put us over, or do we not count the?
Well, no, because that 9,000 includes those first quarterly payments.
Oh,
At
okay.
least.
Oh, gotcha. All right. Yeah, I just, I know you gotta buy this support, but sometimes this support really does get expensive.
Well, and I think it's having Danny and Jenny and probably Alexis, the new staff, getting acclimated to it and seeing what's necessary.
Yeah, I know, but aren't you required? Don't you void warranties if you don't take their support and stuff?
Yes,
Yeah,
You're
so
not moving.
we have to
You
do
gotta go
it.
back, wait a
It just
minute.
seems like a lot of money, $2,800 a year,
Now hit on it.
to do that, but whatever. Okay, thank you for answering those questions.
You're welcome.
Sorry. Oh, I have a couple of questions. Now it says this,
She's on speaker.
it has remote connectivity to Carolina Software Support Staff.
So Carolina Software is the owner of Wasteworks
Right.
and
Linda, can you just mute your speaker if you're not,
Oh, thank you.
thank you.
Now, they will have connectivity to this. Is this gonna be connected to our system here?
Yes, yeah, it'll be,
And is there a wall between the two?
yeah, it'll be interconnected to our network, yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, so that, you know, you don't want,
Yep.
you don't want somebody getting into this and then accessing
Yeah,
this.
100%.
That didn't download on my computer for some reason.
It's-
Everything downloaded but this.
Did, now, will you be responsible for setting that wall up, or does one come with the program,
It'll
or?
already
Come back
be in
in.
the network, but it already has the firewall on it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I know I'm not being technical, because I'm not technical on this stuff, but I do know enough from past experience, we won't close any doors.
Yeah.
And basically, they won't have access to anything but what they're supposed to, okay? And,
Want a printer?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
customers exceeding SQL Server Express limitations must purchase additional licensing from
We won't,
Microsoft.
we won't see any.
So-
We won't touch that.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't think so, but I was just, you know,
We're
the
gonna be small
devil's
enough to
always
get
in the
that.
details, you know?
We just have to do the separate cameras.
Right. Well, the cameras is on top of what this is.
Yes,
They're
sir.
separate.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got that. And they do the installation of these programs,
Mhm.
but I take it you will over their shoulder every once in a
I'll have
while.
they give us the software, the configuration will be on us.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay.
Which is where we want it. We
Yeah.
want that.
And they provide all the training.
Mm-hmm. And they've already set it up, and I think even Danny and Jenny went, we can, part of the training is sending the new girl to Carroll County to see how it works, so she'll already have a concept.
This is just two sites,
Two workstations.
workstations.
Yeah. Any computer basically, yeah.
But we
Okay.
wouldn't need this at other sites.
We won't, oh, okay, all right, that's what I was
All
It
right,
will-
and,
trying to get my brain
Yeah.
wrapped around, okay.
and do we pay sales tax on this?
Mm-mm.
I didn't think so. So as long as the shipping is less than $650, we're
It
fine.
will be fine.
Well, I'm just,
No, that's good.
you know, I just,
Yep,
well, I think we should move forward with it, I believe.
I do too.
I think, let's get this set up and get it set up like it needs to be, and
What do you think, Linda?
I agree. I think this is a wise move. I think this takes us into the 21st century. I think it frees up time, saves us money in the long run. It's not perfect, but I think, I think with all of what Jerry went over with Danny, firewalls in place, doors closed, I think it's a move that we ought to make, yes.
mhm.
I think you know, people sees us spending money,
Mhm.
but what they don't realize is, in the long run, we won't see it all at one time, but gradually, it's gonna save us money.
Oh, yeah, I mean, just initially, I know that, but also just in staff time, not only administratively, but down at the center,
Right.
you know, at the transfer station, excuse me, the staff time alone is going to be a pretty grand saving, especially up here.
Right.
Yeah, up here especially. How do you need it worded? To authorize?
Yeah, to authorize for us to move forward with the Waste Works as presented, as the invoice presents. Let me see, hold on, I had it earlier. Yeah, so we want to approve Waste Works for us to be a new customer to obtain the software necessary at the time the scaling house is available.
And all licenses
And
and
all
appropriate
licenses.
signatures.
Correct.
So moved if you're ready, sir.
Second,
Moved.
Yeah.
I make that motion,
I'll second.
Linda second. And that include moving money from contingency
Okay,
if necessary.
okay. On a motion to go ahead and improve the Waste Works software, appropriate signatures, moving money as needed for the scale house at the time that this needs to be installed. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes, and excuse my not muting before, I was in the process of getting on a bridge.
No worries. Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right, and it has been
One
approved.
of the biggest things I love about this, it's gonna cut out a lot of cheating,
Yes.
you know.
That's why it's good we're getting our own cameras and things like that, cause it'll be in more, the recommendation, I believe, is 2, but
Yeah.
we've talked about maybe doing at least 3. So, which gives every angle you could possibly have. One, it's best that way to ensure that we capture the license and all that, so that's for this software to work at its optimum. You
Right.
want as many avenues to capture exactly what it is for billing purposes.
And it'll work
So-
like gas drive-offs.
That's right. So, thank you.
Cause
Thank
once
you
they
for
go
that.
through, they get a receipt, right? It prints out of it.
Will those be motion cameras,
So they'll be constantly recording, so.
24/7?
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much, it's like the NVR systems that we have, so.
There's some other advantages to that
That's
Yeah.
right.
we
Carroll
won't go
County said
into.
that their auditors also use those cameras too for, different purposes, the auditors. They've also had, the sheriff's department has had to come and check them out a couple of times, so.
Multiple purpose, yeah, like,
Yeah.
It'll be a 24-hour loop
correct.
And it'll store for some amount of time, and then it records over.
over again,
Yeah.
but it'll be reviewed at some point before that
Yeah.
starts going over
Yeah,
again.
It'll hold it, usually we probably go around 30 days is what,
There you go.
depends on how much you wanna spend on the games.
Well, no, but it could
30
solve,
days is
it could solve some other potential problems
That is
too,
accurate.
that we won't go into.
Alrighty. On down to new business, huh?
Next is the approval for the 4-way stop sign on Shooting Creek and Franklin Pike to include rumble strips and safety signage.
Miss Linda,
Linda, you wanna make that one? So-
Yes, I would like to make the motion to approve to make the motion for the 4-way stop sign at Shooting Creek and Franklin Pike.
been a
Including
long,
the rumble strips, the signage, and et cetera. There are probably gonna be a couple of other things.
I'll second,
Warning signs.
she's not done. I'll second that. And it's been a long time coming.
Absolutely.
Motion second, Carl.
On a motion to approve 4-way stop sign at Shooting Creek and Franklin Pike to include rumble strips, safety signage, and et cetera. Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes,
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right.
I will say this was one of the times that our Virginia Department of Transportation listened to us. And even though I was told about 4 years ago that it wasn't gonna happen, data about close calls and further accidents got VDOT on board with this, so I'm very thankful. Sometimes it does work. Sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes we do get what we ask for.
Well, I get tired of their thing of, fatalities and that. And I know of 2 fatalities right there, just off the top of my head. So that should have got it done years ago, and not now. So.
I agree wholeheartedly, sir, but, sometimes I don't think they understand. I know they understand the value of a life, but
I thought that was name of the game was to prevent the loss of life.
yeah, that is correct. But sometimes it's numbers and dollars, and sometimes we get lost in those things.
Yeah.
Now it's finally here, and we just have to be thankful that maybe someone will not have to get injured or possibly tragically die. So at least we've finally gotten this particular intersection taken care of.
Alrighty.
And thank you all for your support on this. Thank you.
Alright, so second is 11B, which is the VACO voting credentials form. In your packet, there's the actual form for approval, and also a letter from Dean Lynch, who is the executive director of VACO, just encouraging participation.
You didn't see that, so.
Are you gonna be there for the meeting on Tuesday morning?
No, sir.
Well, then I'd make a motion that, Supervisor Cookenbook be the delegate, voting delegate. Have to do it separate.
Second.
Every way you can, so. Motion and second, go ahead, call roll.
Alright, on a motion to designate Supervisor Cookenbook for the voting delegate for the VACO 2025 annual meeting. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
And Mr. Turman?
Yes.
Alright. And then we have an alternate delegate.
Are you staying?
Tuesday morning.
I make a motion that county administrator be the alternate delegate.
Second. Alright.
I'll second.
That didn't work, did it?
Nope, you didn't, but I tried.
To Linda.
Who's second? I had Ms. Bechtold. Alright, on a motion to designate the county administrator as the alternate delegate, again for the VACO 2025 annual meeting. And for both, this would include to be verified, their signature required verified to email them by the 24th. Right?
All that was in it.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
Alright, then we are good to go, we'll make that happen. Thank you. Next is the Domestic Violence Awareness Month proclamation.
Mr. Chairman, I'll read this. For the Domestic Violence Awareness Month, October 2025. Whereas the Domestic Violence Awareness Month calls attention to the fact that domestic violence is widespread and impacts every person in the community. And whereas domestic violence and intimate partner violence impacts our community, and statistics show over 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men in the United States have experienced rape, physical violence, and or stalking by an intimate partner in their lifetime. And whereas in the United States, intimate partner violence results in nearly 1,300 deaths every year. More than 3 women are killed by their intimate partner every day. And whereas the theme of this year's Domestic Violence Awareness Month campaign is Love Shouldn't Hurt, the campaign calls on new partners and community members to help expand domestic violence prevention and awareness efforts to ensure that the next generation fosters attitudes that promote healthy relationships, equality, and respect. Therefore, the Floyd County Board of Supervisors joins advocates across the country in taking action in the prevent domestic violence, and do hereby proclaim the month of October 2025 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Floyd County, reminding everyone that each day of the year is an opportunity to create change for the future.
Second, yeah, you can make that motion.
Second.
That's where we need to support Women's Resource Center more.
Yeah.
Because over my years in law enforcement, and I guess Levi the same way, they've been a big help to us.
Yeah.
Dealing with this, and this goes on more than what people realize.
Yeah, that's just the reported.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And if women and men were more aware of they got a support group, it may help. So I'll go ahead, Colorado.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, about the Women's Resource Center, an invaluable partner in helping.
On a motion to accept the Domestic Violence Awareness Month proclamation, Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes,
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Okay.
Next is our breast cancer awareness proclamation.
Mr. Chair, if I might, I'd like to read this proclamation for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas breast cancer is the second most common cancer in women after skin cancer, and whereas breast cancer is about 100 times more common in women than men, 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with the disease, and diagnosis increases with age, and whereas an estimated 300,950 women and 2,800 men in the United States will be diagnosed with invasive breast cancer in 2025. 8,180 women will be diagnosed in Virginia this year, and approximately 42,170 women and more than 500 men will die from the disease. And whereas doctors estimate about 5 to 10% of breast cancers are hereditary, and individuals whose family history puts them at increased risk for breast cancer should discuss with their doctor or qualified health professional the proper prevention and early diagnosis strategies. And whereas, since early diagnosis strategies have been introduced, the 5-year survival rate for a breast cancer patient has greatly increased and now almost 90%. And whereas Breast Cancer Awareness Month serves as an opportunity to bring awareness of the disease and to encourage individuals to have a plan to detect the disease in its early stages. And whereas it is vital that those affected by breast cancer have access to quality, affordable care, and that research of all forms of breast cancer continues to be vigorously supported. Now, therefore, the Floyd County Board of Supervisors proclaim the month of October 2025 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Floyd County, and I call this observance to the attention of all our citizens.
I'll make that motion.
Second?
Colorado.
Right, on the motion for the proclamation accepting October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
yes,
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you all, both extremely important proclamations.
That's what I was gonna suggest. So, let's take 5 before we go into closed session.
Danny, push the
Back in
button.
session. We're back in session, so now I'll take a motion to go into closed session under 2.2-3711A3, 2.2-3711A8.
So move,
Second.
You probably don't want to.
you can't.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I'll second that.
Okay.
I would move that second.
Well, there's one part he can.
That's why I was asking
Yeah.
if there was a part they can or a part they can't.
We're not going to discuss Willis. I thought we was.
No, you
I need to
put
step
it in
out
the
for both
next
of these,
one.
right?
No, I'm talking about this.
The other Willis?
No,
The
no,
new
this is
one?
not, well, this is,
Was you prepared to discuss the new one in closed session?
no.
Not quite yet.
Now, we can go in under the original discussion and then we can bring it up with Steve to see if it's appropriate at that time to bring in to change.
Go in for what we did and then.
Correct.
Or do we need to change the motions? Well, it's still,
It'll still fall under
it
that,
still
I
falls
believe.
under this.
It does. So we'll go
It
in,
does, it does.
so we can go in with,
And talk about the one that way. and
Right,
then-
go under this
and
and.
then when
talk about
that's,
everything.
when that's over, we can call people in.
I'd just like to have a consensus on whether or not we should move forward on the new property, looking at it.
Right.
It's the only thing I need. Cause Mark needs to know whether or not to go ahead and negotiate with him or what.
Then we need to amend the motions that under both sections where it says green box site, say
Sites.
green box sites with an
Correct.
S. And I'll amend my part if you will yours.
I will, I'll amend the motion to make it a plural,
Okay.
green box sites.
Okay. So on the motion to go into closed session under 2.2-3711A3, discussion of consideration of acquisition of real property for a public purpose or the disposition of publicly held real property where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body. And this is regarding possible acquisition of green box sites as amended. And A8, consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by the public body regarding specific legal matters, requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. Again, possible acquisition of green box sites. Ms. Cookenbook.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Bechtold.
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
I guess I abstain.
Just on the one,
Since we're going in under both subjects.
yeah,
Linda, you may wanna abstain too, it's up to you.
yeah, but can't
Well, I
they
can
go,
vote to go into closed session.
can
Okay.
we go ahead and just vote for them to go into closed session, but then they
Yes.
wait
yes,
until we do the,
yes,
okay.
And then when they do the certification, they will have to, they'll have to vote no because they weren't present for the entire
Correct.
session.
Right.
correct.
If that's how it works out.
Yes.
Okay. I
Mr.
just
Terman
But they can vote for us to go in,
Okay.
and Mr. Terman, yes?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes, yes,
All right.
yes, yes, yes.
So we'll go ahead and go in, I will call Steve, and then when we do the second site, we will call you in and call them.
Take a motion to come out of closed session.
So moved.
Second,
Alright, on a motion to come out of closed, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes,
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Okay,
I take a motion certifying that we only discussed those things that we went into closed session for.
So moved.
Second,
alright, on the motion to certify that we only discussed what we went into closed session for, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
yes.
Mr. Cox,
No, just because I was not present for the entire meeting. Or entire closed session.
abstain,
No, he didn't.
No.
No,
Okay, no.
No, it's fine.
Ms. Cookenbook,
no,
and Mr. Terman.
Yes. I
Okay.
almost said no.
We got on a roll there, didn't we?
Yeah, I got my brain going wrong, so I guess we can skip 14 then, take. I guess we can skip 14 then, take, because we ain't got no, well, we done, yeah,
We did both
certified,
those.
yeah.
13 and 14.
Alright.
Correspondence.
Correspondence, I guess everybody's seen the emails we was getting on that.
Yeah, I told one, I'll bring it up. I don't know if y'all received them, but Joe and I did, we passed them on to Kim, which is in correspondence. Talking about the campaign finance reform. And I think Kim talked to some of her counterparts, and if I understood, nobody around us has touched this,
Or forward it on to their,
or
Yep.
anything. I don't disagree with them, but I don't see the General Assembly doing anything about it either.
Well, the thing got me was I got 4. And Dre got 2, I don't know how many the rest of them got.
I
You
didn't
had the
forward
same
them
body
all.
and the letter, just different names.
Yeah,
and
it
the
was,
the 1 or 2 titles.
Right. And I'm like Jerry, I don't see anything coming out of it. I really don't. Of course, there's a lot of stuff going on, about election reforms and stuff. I don't see where our little input is gonna make that big a difference.
Well, and like, if I may, like Jerry said, and Joe spoke to him, I brought it to the CAO, the County Administrator Officer meeting. And I had called the county administrator from Montgomery County prior to that meeting to see, cause they're bigger, see if they were all like baffled. Not one of them knew of it, and that also includes Representative Kevin Byrd from the region. So none of them had any awareness, discussion, none of their board members, so it appears it just sat here.
May I just say that the state's involvement in the election process is already concerning enough. And this looks like more potential for more government overreach, and I am not okay with that.
Right.
So I am going to say no to anything that resembles this.
the other thing in correspondence is the
The trash.
that came to me that I passed on from Mr. Brickhouse,
Yes.
and talking about the fencing along between the landfill and the property beside it. And I know we discussed this part, but I thought it had been taken care of, because back when it was he first sent that, I mentioned it to staff, and I never heard any complaints, and I figured, but I think we're having problems with it blowing from our facility across.
That's why I was asking if it was a property owner who had asked for those boxes to be removed.
No,
Right.
I requested that.
Right.
That's, like I said, been doing that since the 90s. But,
Right.
no, I requested that, and I sent you pictures. Back when that field was mowed, there was all like pickup, that they went up and picked trash up off that field. It was level with the bed.
Right.
from what the bears had carried up there and what had blown. Now, this is more down in there and where it's blowing across to the adjoining property, which I think you got a rusted out woven wire fence between us and them. I don't know if there's something we can do to,
So let me, if I may, with that addition, you know, what we're looking into with the bid, I don't think it would be a grand different, and I don't mean grand as in monetary, a big difference. And we can look at either way getting that done.
well, and then, you know, there are all types of fences out there.
Right,
Doesn't have to be the chain link like we're putting around the green box site.
right.
If it's just something with smaller and a little bit taller, it might catch it,
You know, that deer fencing you get around the gardens,
The plastic.
something like
yeah, it's
that.
black netting and you can put it up and ours still goes foot, but you know, it's got small enough holes that,
Would catch a
yeah, and that
trash.
stuff's pretty cheap.
Okay,
You know, I think,
All right,
yeah,
well-
The post to put it on would be the most expensive,
right,
but
yeah, yeah, you got, well, you can get it any height. I put up 10 foot
right,
and I just got 7-foot posts, put a 2-inch strip on top.
yeah, I
You know,
mean, there's,
so
but if we could look
We
into
can.
something like that,
Absolutely.
maybe get a price back and
it would
then,
look nicer too with that
sure.
deer in it.
We'll make sure we get that looked at.
but anyway, that was all.
You know, them sites, you know, it surprised me that we don't get more complaints on that. Because, you know, they're at the elementary school at Willis, you got 221 separating it, but still, if you look when the leaves are down, over in the fields on the other side, it's covered with trash.
Yeah,
Okay,
and that's just on that, you can imagine. a
Right,
deer.
yeah, absolutely, so, look it up,
So
so.
the other items in your correspondence folder is the permit report for September from the building inspection office. There's a memo in there from VDOT, some information on the equipment meeting for the radios. There's a monthly tracking sheet from the Department of Social Services, and then a couple of reports from the school for the school financial report and the nutrition plan.
Yeah, the social services numbers are starting to climb up,
they are.
and that's not unusual
No,
for this
not this
time of
time.
year.
For some reason, that didn't download either in my,
In the correspondence.
that's all I got.
I have a
Trash,
question.
Trash and-
email.
Yep, see.
Yeah, it didn't go into yours either. And I just have a request on the permit report, can we?
Turn it, yes, you got it.
Well, you can't lay down and rest while you're reading it, so.
I guess I could, couldn't I?
I have a question about the radios. Are the fire rescue members being provided with radios, or are they purchasing them themselves? Each department purchasing their own radios or pagers to go with the system?
The main, if I
Go
may,
ahead.
you correct me,
Mhm.
cause I sat in on that meeting.
Mhm.
Each station, the main radio will receive 3, and then everybody's getting a
Handheld.
mobile or handheld.
A handheld radio?
Yeah.
Okay.
And also pagers.
So each volunteer will have a radio?
Each active volunteer.
Okay.
If they're a lifetime member, they're not getting one.
If they're responding to
If
calls?
they're responding to calls, I don't mean that ugly,
No, that's fine.
But-
I'm just trying to clarify some information that I was given.
but
Um,
if each member will have that available.
Right.
Now, is my understanding some of them, well, also we was looking into making sure that up on your end, they could, gonna see what we can do to work out so they can communicate with Pulaski. Pulaski not gonna be able to? Okay. Pulaski has a trunk line system, which is totally different.
right.
So they may have to go through dispatch and dispatch contact them,
So, okay, a relay
relay,
It's
because
always,
it's
for
two different.
Pulaski.
From, yeah,
For
So if
it's
it's
a
Pulaski.
just for
mutual,
that,
mutual
right.
aid kind of thing.
They'll have to go through
Is
dispatch.
Pulaski, would Pulaski be interested in giving Station 4 some compatible radios,
I doubt
so they could just take some radios
Not
Oh.
sure.
when they're on the call.
I doubt it,
We
but
can ask.
Cause I know other jurisdictions do that when they have incompatible systems.
maybe that's something to discuss with them, and I know the chair lady up there, I'm serving with her, so maybe I can do a little work at the PACO meeting on that.
Just a couple.
But the reason it came up, we were talking, you know, you got the scout camp and some of that stuff there, and I think he recently had somebody from up there that got lost and trying to communicate, so.
Alright, thank you.
But we did think of it.
Appreciate it.
That's it for correspondence?
Yeah.
Okay. Next, I'll be real quick, and then administration security. You've been privy to the conversations back and forth regarding the security door that was put in, unacceptable. It went to, they were going to replace it to no, they're not, to me corresponding, long story, they will be replacing it. One's going to be ordered, they are removing that one and will be replacing that with a new one. Time to be, not sure, to be determined yet. And then that's when we'll get the buzzer that will let people in.
It's obvious, I felt this, it's obvious, I mean, that's pitting into the metal.
I was
So
not
that rust has
pleased.
been on it a while.
Yes, yes.
You didn't get a discount for a used door.
Huh?
You didn't get a discount for a used door.
Did not.
And don't want one like that.
No. I think you both know there's a job openings for the budget and finance and the grants coordinator specialist. Budget and finance has two now, Jenny confirmed, interviews on Thursday. We've already completed one. We have not received any, well, we received two more, but they were, probably don't meet the expectation, especially from these 3 resumes. So we'll be corresponding with them. The grant coordinator specialist, they're probably up to like 7 or 8 now, resumes and applications. A couple of them are out of state, so we will navigate that. Jenny, Ladina and I are talking, and we have a interview scheduled for Monday, and we'll move forward to hopefully get more in there. So hopefully those will be filled as soon as possible. Jenny can speak to this next one, transfer station charge account agreements notification.
So with the increase in the transfer station fees that you guys have voted on, completed that ordinance. So I've placed a little piece of paper on your places. Those have been taken to the transfer station and they're gonna start giving those out. They started, I believe, yesterday, giving those out to people as they come in, especially if they have the charge accounts down there, just so that they're aware of the fee increase that will start December 1st. Once we get our signage up, we'll do some posts on Facebook and our website as well.
It's already out on Facebook.
Yeah, well, we're just trying to get the word out there so everybody knows it's coming. But because of the increase in the fees, I have retyped the agreements for the tipping as well as the business Greenbox site locations. And those have started to go out. I have a couple of them that have been returned already. So I'm just trying to get those new agreements out there so that everyone's aware of the fees and they start in December.
And we're also being a little bit cautious because we were waiting, cause we've got a sign coming, you know, that will be there, so we didn't want a full court, because then people we didn't wanna confuse people on dates and times and things like that. So once that sign goes up, we'll really start with pushing it out even more, but we wanted to slowly get the word out, especially frequented people and businesses. And just a reminder, I think I put it in the recap, Jenny also put out the out of county permitting.
The out of county Greenbox permits, which go into Franklin County, those renew each October now, and we change the color of the permit each color, or each year, so they were green last year, this year they're purple. And I have about 14 so far that I've issued, and I have about 10 more emails waiting on me this morning for more requests for those. And then we do send an invoice to Franklin County and they pay us per permit that's issued to Franklin County residents that live on the line that still utilize our boxes.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that, but it's sort of like when we used to have county stickers,
Mm-hmm,
we always tried to swap colors,
correct.
but get it completely
Right.
away from the color.
Yep.
You know, like you said, purple this year was green last year.
Right,
Yeah.
Because too many people was getting them similar.
yeah.
So, yeah.
And the sheriff's office has been notified and they've acknowledged it and.
I think it was
Yeah.
a sticker shock to some of
Yeah,
them.
there you
Well,
go.
I know way back, I know one person, they got their sticker and put it on plexiglass and set it up in their, they can move it vehicle to vehicle. Then they put it in storage and when that color come back up, they get it back out.
Nice.
It's exhausting.
You know what?
Dedication there.
Yeah.
The ones that used to transfer them from vehicle to vehicle,
Mm-hmm.
and I stopped them. They'd say, well, I got it, you just have to put it in. Put it on now while I'm watching.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, one person, I'll tell you, one person in particular got caught because they were in an accident and they popped the windshield out. There sat their county sticker on that piece of plexiglass and the windshield was laying out on the hood.
I'll tell you what a guy did one time when, you know, I get accused of telling too many stories, so I won't get into it.
I like hearing.
Yeah. But, so I guess the next one would be Danny and
Well, no, cause they actually already spoke about that,
I
so.
think they wanna give a rerun.
I'm going to just like, kind of update you just a little real quick. Obviously, you knew Friday, we had another issue with the elevator in this building. Continual intermittent issues in the courthouse with those two elevators. We're probably going to pursue getting different type of quotes on how to bring them a little bit more current, whether it's an overall altogether or just the necessary parts. Because what's going to happen is, and some of it has already happened, but there've been back parts, we have parts that were, back ordered. Wow, parts that were back ordered. They're so old that the parts are becoming obsolete, meaning we can't fix it. We can't fix it. So we're gonna, I have to kinda let you guys know that it's going to become, we wanna think about getting in front of it instead of reacting to it. Especially with this building, with the different traffic that's gonna come in there, that building, the way it's changing the flow and things of that nature, we're gonna have to fix these elevators. I don't know how else
Proactive
to
is a
say
lot
it.
better than reactive anytime.
And fixing them is a whole lot cheaper than replacing them.
Oh, yes.
When you see a
So-
problem start, go ahead and address it then, and don't just say, oh, I'll
Right.
wait. And no
So-
Well,
Band-Aids.
you know,
The
you
other thing we're
fill
looking
in
at is-
stations that's shutting down, we can get on them cylinders.
There you
There you go.
go.
Yeah, the other thing is
I thought
just
we'd get a
ensuring that,
Tarzan one with
you know,
just an elephant in a box.
Yeah.
the other thing is ensuring that we abide by our contract and maintenance agreements that we have, that, and making sure we're honoring our procurement process with what we already have established in contractually, so.
I find it still a scary rat creaking and cracking.
Yeah, it's not that great, so. So that's it.
You ready? Well, let's let David
Since he
get a
made
seat
the
where you
turn.
don't have to
I was here as a
stand.
private citizen now.
You're from Montgomery County.
We do have a list of stuff to be emailed to
That's
you,
fine,
so.
that's fine, we can do that. But I did, just kinda came on a whim, like.
You knew we
actually,
would still be here.
Hmm?
You knew we would still be
I
here.
know.
It is only noon.
Yeah, you can go on the walk with us, can't you?
Yeah, well, they told me to stay off my foot.
I'm sure.
I'm glad you're
I
listening.
did break my foot.
Here, I'll share, David.
Well, but, yeah,
Danny.
no, I'm glad to get up and talk, or we can do, have you all, I know y'all are pressed for time, actually, I thought I might catch you
I don't know
after
what
the
this
meeting.
is. You came in on
You know what,
my
we're gonna
email.
actually, if we want to, cause you can always come back after we do this, so we can do this timely.
Yeah.
For you and,
Yeah.
Is that scam?
is that good?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And,
So, sir, the next on the item is county, is that okay?
Just letting you know.
Okay, county administrator building walkthrough and tour. The board will be conducting a walkthrough tour of the administration building. It is not practical
to record live stream during this time. Minutes will be taken during the session. We will return to the boardroom and recording live stream for the completion of the agenda.
And with all due respect, this is a board thing, so we can't discuss anything about the electoral board or anything like that.
Well, understood, I will keep my mouth completely shut
Yeah.
and just follow along.
I think he just wants to hang out here.
I'll do whatever you guys want.
You can stay here.
You can go with us or you can
There'll
wait.
be a little field trip.
So
What
again,
do you mean
Alright.
bulletproof water?
Alright, we're back up and running.
Yep.
So the only thing we got is board time.
Mr. Chair,
Anybody?
yeah, if I may, so I can depart and get to my appointment on time. First, I'd like to say thank you for all your hard work. Appreciate it, all the efforts you've done. Today is Tuesday, October 14th. Today is National Remembrance Day for Charlie Kirk.
Yep.
And I'd like to acknowledge that and everything that he did for our country in bringing truth and open conversation to those who are not so open. In this time of great violence that we are seeing, and the Democrats calling to tone down the rhetoric, it's very concerning about things that are going on in our own community. I'd like to remind people that calling names, saying things online that might seem harmless can bring others to violence. So it's easy to say things behind the keyboard, but those words have real consequences in life. This country is not a democracy, we're a constitutional republic. And if you are under the impression that we are truly a democracy, you're wrong. We're a constitutional republic with representatives that are democratically elected. There's a significant difference. And repeating the claims that people are a threat to our democracy is not true, because we're not a democracy. And we have a wonderful constitutional republic. And the person who tried to speak to you all, to tone down the rhetoric, you assassinated. And it's with great sorrow that I have to say that, because Charlie Kirk was an amazing man, he was an amazing Christian, and he was a father, and Erica Kirk has to suffer every day going home to an empty bed. I know that pain, I don't know her pain, but I know the pain of having a husband taken. And that being done over rhetoric is abhorrent. So I'd like to just say those things, that it's important to know that words have consequences. They might not live through your hands, but your words have consequences through others' hands. And please be mindful of what we say, how we treat each other, and be respectful.
And when you watch the news of the captives meeting their families, and you don't have misty eyes, there's something wrong.
Right, and
I can't imagine living under the stress that those families went through for 500 and some days. And finally actually going to get to see their people.
And it's horrible that so many did not get that reunion.
Right.
But to not acknowledge the work that was done.
Well, it shows you how hard-hearted the other side was when they won't even release the bodies so people can bury them, have closure.
Yeah.
So, and I agree with you, Charlie Kirk, and I love to watch some of his videos.
He was an amazing speaker.
I don't see how the man could think as fast as he did. Yeah, and have 31 years old and have that much knowledge, self-taught. That shows me there was a higher power working with him. So. But I loved what Erica said, that when they first met, she wanted to meet him and join Turning Point, and he said, "No, I don't want you to join." And she said, "Why not?" He said, "Because I want to date you." So that's how she hooked up with him. And, he fell for her when he first seen her. But and his babies, I feel so sorry for them. One, what was it? He's on a blueberry.
Yeah, he's on a work mission with God.
Yeah. But to get the blueberries, because he brought her blueberries every day. Anybody else got anything?
I I was just gonna mention, I went to the criminal justice board meeting for the New River community. I was so excited, I got there 3 hours early. But, and then the meeting lasted 15 minutes.
But you were prepared.
I was prepared, but
That sounds like jail meetings.
yeah, but now basically they're just trying to reform.
Correct.
Since the COVID thing, so they're nothing really to discuss, but they're just trying to regroup. So that's the only thing I was gonna share.
Thank you.
You know, lots of times it takes longer to drive to Dublin than it does for the meeting. Which is good.
Yeah.
Because when I first got on there, we was meeting every month and staying 2 or 3 hours.
Oh my God.
The new superintendent's good job, you know. And she's easy to work with, you know. At least she's approachable.
Yeah.
You know. Go into the, I just. I'll call you back in a minute. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Alright, motion to adjourn, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
and Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Terman.
Yes.
Be safe.